Alright, now this audio may be terrible, because this is a brand new microphone that I've never used before, so... Chat, how is the sound quality here? Maybe I should turn the gain down a little bit. How's that? Are we crisp? Is this good sounding? How do we sound? We balanced? We coming out of both ears? Sounds good so far. Buttery, huh? Better than the previous one? I hope it is, because I spent a few $100s. Alright, well. We're going to start in 1 sec. I'm going to bring in our guests. You chill for just 1 more minute. It will not take long. As soon as I sat down and opened this up, it just... Which is why we're starting late. 1 moment. All over the new equipment, of course. So, we actually have 2 guests tonight. Just waiting for the preview to catch up. So we have 2 guests tonight, actually. I am joined tonight by... God, can you hear that? They really chose the best time of night to start waxing. Anyhow, I am joined tonight... That's like thunderous. Oh. Oh. Let's give him a second. Oh, the new camera. The camera I updated a while ago. I need to do some stuff with it, though. It's not as sharp as I'd like it to be. You can't hear it? Oh, brilliant. Okay. Well, then let's just press on then. It'll annoy me, but that's okay. Who cares about me? So I'm joined by 2 guests. I'll let them introduce themselves, but very quickly. One, I'm given to understand, is a social worker, PhD candidate. Very interesting person. I've had some nice conversations with her in the past. Not on stream. She's this is a bit of a first. The other one is a psychometrician PhD, who seems to have some pretty extensive experience. And they wanted to weigh in on some of the stuff recently that's been going on with erudite. So we're going to have a conversation with them, and because they actually know their respective disciplines, this might actually be educational for once. I might actually learn something, which is going to be nice, because most of the time, this stuff is just a complete and utter negative sum. So I'm going to pull them in, and we will talk with them. Afterwards, we'll probably go a little bit late tonight. Afterwards, I know Beckett of Crabs wanted to chat. I might take in a couple call-ins. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. And if I'm not wiped out, we'll start the bunker. We will start Amnesia the Bunker. I am so excited to play that one, and I want to see how it fares with the new microphone. So I'm going to pull them in, and I will let them introduce themselves, and we will begin. I don't know if they're going to be on video tonight, so we'll see. Hey!
Hello, can you hear me
Hey.
okay?
I can hear you just fine. Give me 1 moment. So what we're going to do... Gotta click on that, click on that. There it is. Huzzah. Boom! And that's both of you. I see one of you is trying to do video. Oh, that's me. Hang on. I'm looking at myself. That's spectacularly dumb. And I just... There we go. That works. Okay. And then... Oh, I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I will go here. Alright, I go here, turn on the virtual camera here, go here. Now you can see me and I'm on the screen, and I don't need to be on the screen anymore. Brilliant. So we'll do that. We'll move us over here. And yeah, we'll make us full screen to start. So, please introduce yourselves. Pearl, why don't you go first? What you do, who you are, preferred pronouns, and so on and so forth. Welcome, by the way.
Sure. Thank you so much. It is delightful to be here. My name is Pearl, and my pronouns are she, her. I have my PhD in measurement and quantitative methods, otherwise known as psychometrics, from Michigan State University. And I have worked in professional licensure. So, when you have to take an exam and get 70% on it to be able to get a professional license, I've built those. I've also worked extensively in K-12, and I was the chief psychometrician for the largest assessment consortium in the United States, which included 14 states and 6 million students. So really sorry if your kids had to take that, but I still think it's the best computer adaptive assessment. Anyway, I digress. So yeah, I've waited my entire career for psychometric drama, and when I saw it popping up, I gladly inserted myself.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for that. And Sam.
Hello, I'm Sam or Samantha. I go by Beyond Safe Words. Occasionally you will hear me rant on Xena and Poppy's channel. I am currently a registered social worker in Ontario. I got my MSW in 2011 from the University of Chicago, which I believe is one of the top social work programs in the US, if not the world. I am also an ASECT certified sex therapist, and I got my full clinical license in 2014. I have been working in the field doing mostly clinical work since roughly 2012. I was in community mental health from 2012 to 2016. And in private practice from 2016 to 2019. In 2019, I closed my practice to move to Canada for my PhD program. And I actually went back into practice part-time last week, so that's very exciting.
Oh, nice.
And I am currently writing, or in the process of starting, my PhD dissertation on coercive controlling violence as experienced by BDSM practitioners. So hopefully I can use this data to develop trainings to help other clinicians do culturally appropriate assessments for intimate partner violence without identifying like the wrong elements, if that makes sense.
That makes tremendous sense, or at least I must pretend that it does in front of my audience. But very quickly,
No, that's okay.
lest we be accused of puffing up anyone's credentials here, none of you are trained in faith-based healing or anything of the sort.
No.
Absolutely not.
Well,
no,
it's unfortunate.
Immediately
We
no.
wasted all our time. Nobody here is actually qualified to
In
wade
fact,
into this
I
topic.
am not even Christian. I am a secular Jew. So
Same. Samesies.
hey, l'chaim or something. I don't know.
Mazel something. I don't know.
All right. Well, I guess for tonight, I think what we agreed is we'll just talk about more casually to start with, and then I thought it would be helpful because this far outstrips any of my expertise. I thought it would be helpful to actually go over Kyla, aka notsoErudite's video on how to find a therapist. I think that a lot of what we're going to talk about tonight really comes to a head in that one in particular, because that really is the intersection of sort of YouTube as kind of an entertainment medium and actual interventions in people's mental health. So I suppose just to start us off, what made you two want to weigh in on this issue in particular? I know that's kind of a redundant question given how much we've talked already, but I would like to hear it afresh here for the audience's sake. Whoever wants to go first.
Can I go first, or Pearl, do you want to
Sure.
start?
Be my guest.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually talked about this on Xena and Poppy's channel a while back when you first brought up the issue with the service that she had been providing. And at the time, the issue that I had was during the video that we're about to watch, she talked about social workers in a way that made it very, very clear that she had absolutely no idea what she was talking about, because she was relying on 20-year out-of-date stereotypes that are actually harmful to my profession because they are 100% inaccurate. And then when you released your video where you showed the Chud Logic debate clip.
Oh,
I was
on the Dr. K issue.
No, not the Dr. K issue, the her doxing you issue.
Oh God, yeah,
With
the recent one.
The
Okay, yeah.
tuna thing. I was horrified with how she approached that situation. It was completely inappropriate and completely unethical. And even if she did not charge for that service, what she did was the exact wrong thing. And so I had also heard some folks talk to you about, well, how do you know you don't have the credentials? You're not a therapist. How can you tell the difference? Well, I can, and I have I have almost a decade at this point of clinical experience under my belt. So I felt I needed to A, rep my profession, and B, talk about the ethics of my profession, because it's something that we take very seriously. And it does not seem that notsoErudite had the same philosophy towards ethics, shall we say, in that moment.
Thank you very much. Pearl.
So I would second all of that. And I kind of fell into this because I was minding other people's business around the Illuminati topic, and Demon Mama had covered that topic and then went into the doxing video. And really, so then I was, again, my interest was piqued because who talks about psychometrics? And then when you had the points that I don't remember what video it's in, it might be the one that you're going to show, and she says to you, I don't think that you can't talk to me like this, I'm paraphrasing, because you don't know anything about my profession.
This is the one that Sam was just referencing, where she makes the legal the implicit doxing threat. Yeah.
Okay, and so then you said, no, I don't think you do. I was done. That made my day, and you're absolutely correct, and all the points that you made were correct. So I just first wanted to make comments in the just the comment section to say, hey, you are correct, she's incorrect. Just, hi, I don't know either of you, so I don't have any sort of bias.
Yeah, this was a very fortuitous meeting. You just happened to be watching Demon Mama as she happened to be covering this after the Illuminati coverage. Yeah.
Yes, I had no idea who either of you were. I had seen her make a video about doxing, ironically,
Really?
about Aunt Karen on TikTok from last year. And talking about how it's illegal, how doxing is not a consequence, it is illegal, people get killed for such things. And I just was like, yeah, I thought I saw that name. And so yes, she does have that TikTok. It's still up on her page.
Why don't we look at it very quickly? I'm a little bit curious. Can I just pause you right there?
Sure.
Okay, hang on.
Doxing isn't a consequence.
Here, I'll pop it on the screen just for 1 sec. You've already seen it, so I don't need to share it with you, I trust.
Right.
Good. Okay. So replying to Grim Reaper. I see.
I haven't seen it yet. I don't think I got the chance to watch it, even though it was in the chat.
Okay. Hang on 1 sec. I'm just going to pop this over us. Oh, did I click the wrong thing? I think I clicked the wrong thing. Where do you go? Oh no, that's what I did. Okay. There we go. Ooh, that's horrifying. Okay. So this is Kyla replying to Grim Reaper 583. What creators like Aunt Karen, Savannah, and FarmD IBCLC do is beyond unethical. This is published last year.
Doxing isn't a consequence. It's a crime. Now, there are going to be people who quickly point out that doxing technically isn't illegal. It's not actually a crime. However, just because our federal police systems haven't caught up with technology and made certain things persecutable doesn't mean that they're okay. For example, in most states and most countries, revenge porn is technically not a crime. Are you going to try to tell me that revenge porn is just a consequence? Doesn't matter that it's not criminal. Here's what happens when you dox somebody. You have a bunch of people who are extremely vitriolic, who get access to that person's number, their name, and their address. There have been people killed from being doxed. Doxing is extremely serious. It's a massive invasion of privacy, and it's online harassment. The fact that TikTok lets major content creators get away with regularly doxing, in fact making their channel about doxing people, is insane.
Fascinating. Oh, that's a thing. Yeah, okay. Great. Well done there. Well, she's also a little bit incorrect and slightly misinformed. While it is the case that doxing as such is not a crime, and I don't know which states. I don't know if any American states consider it a crime or not. The things that you do pursuant to doxing, well done there, can be in violation of the criminal code. Anyways, Pearl, I cut you off. You were in the middle of saying something.
I think that was pretty much it. I made the comment. I think on one of your videos, she's loud and wrong, and I stand by that. And so I'm here to back up those opinions. And I will do my best to speak in general, because I did look up her where she got the certificate, and I did look up the courses that you could take.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with the program. What the problem is her claims of what she can do with the knowledge that she gained in that program are inaccurate.
Mm-hmm.
And to be fair, no one says psychometrist, okay? Even in Canada, I don't care. We don't use that term. You're either a psychometrician or you're a psychometric rater, which is what she is based on my understanding of the certificate program.
Now, in Canada, specifically in Alberta, and I'd have to review to refresh on Canada at large, but in Alberta, where she operates, while it is the case that there are no specific titles that you can acquire, psychometrician, psychometrist, etc., on the basis of your credential alone, at least not from in province, because of course you can come from out of province or out of country and you can have that PhD from somewhere else. You can acquire the title vocationally, but the catch is you have to have a job with that actual title. Her justification, right. Yeah, and her justification for calling herself a psychometrician is not based on having a job by that title, but on the basis of co-authoring a paper in which she posits that she crafted a measure, but she crafted a measure under the supervision of a professor. So that doesn't make her a psychometrician. She wasn't operating in the capacity of a psychometrician, and she wasn't labeled a psychometrician. So when she says she's a psychometrician, she does so, to my knowledge, apropos of nothing. When she calls herself a psychometrist, a bit more plausible. Once again, lacks, as far as I am aware, any job title with that title. And so is once again calling herself that on the basis of sort of a loose equivocation between her vocational training and that title, psychometrist. But the primary issue is not the sacrosanctness of the titles themselves. It really is what she's doing with them. If she was literally just going, hey, I happen to be a psychometrist or whatever, and then just went on her merry way and it never came up again, and she just did stuff, I don't think anybody would care. The problem, though, and Demon Mama did a good job of actually highlighting this one in her coverage, the major problem is that she allows the drama and the medicine to bleed into each other. So she
Yes.
is, yeah, so she is simultaneously abusing people along lines of mental health, social awkwardness, anxiety, sexual insecurity, all sorts of things that people in the mental health field are supposed to be concerned with remedying. She victimizes people verbally with those things, and also uses these credentials that she puffs up as the basis for selling services or for privileging her advice in matters about which she actually has not received adequate training. And I'm deferring to
Yeah.
your judgment here on where she is speaking out of line or whether she's in line as we go through this, because you are the expert.
Can I jump in for half a second?
Please.
I also, when we talk about mental health and the mental health profession, one thing that's really, really important is that we stay within our scope of practice. So basically, as soon as we don't stay in our lane from what it is that we are trained to do, we get into some very ethically dodgy territory. So for example, if I had a client who was looking for a psychiatric medication, for me to give definitive advice about what kinds of pills to take, I would be out of my scope of practice because I am not a psychiatrist. I can speak a little bit more generally and say, like, here are things that I've seen clients deal with. Please talk to a psychiatrist who can help you. But if I were to speak definitively about that, I would be acting outside of my scope of practice. When Kyla speaks very definitively about psychology and psychological research and therapeutic intervention, she is speaking outside of her scope of practice.
Mm-hmm.
Also, in the How to Find a Therapist thing that we're about to watch, she talks about, like, you don't necessarily need a particularly high certification or whatever, or this is what she told you, in order to do that work. But that's not entirely true, because the work she was effectively doing is one of a case manager, which falls under the auspices of the social work umbrella, which is a fairly large and eclectic umbrella. And her training does not give her the credential to do the type of, like, psychosocial information gathering that she did, even if she's not necessarily assessing a client or assessing a diagnosis. So for example, in the state of Massachusetts, where I practiced for a number of years, the local social work chapter has a therapy matching program that is not dissimilar to the service that Kyla claims to offer. Although it's a little bit different because it is free for clients, but social workers have to pay to get on the list, and then you get referrals through there. But the people who actually do the matching for the service, when a potential client calls in, they do like a full interview, like, what are you looking for, et cetera, et cetera. The people who do those sort of pseudo intakes, they're not really an intake, but I don't know really what to call them. They are independently licensed clinical social workers themselves. So they have some clinical background and know what to look for. So they know how to refer clients out. I also think about how other therapist YouTubers deal with this sort of thing. One therapist who I've been watching, who is also a social worker, is Nikki Atkins. And she has like an 11-minute video on how to find a therapist. But if you look in the descriptions of all of her videos, she has a list of referral sources and like suicide prevention hotlines in the description for all of her videos. And in each video, she says, if you're looking for a therapist, you can read my description, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not a paid service. But she does explain like what the different referral sources are. And there are multiple, as opposed to notsoErudite, who only looked at psychology today. And I can talk a little bit more in in depth when we start reacting to the video, which hopefully I'll be able to hear when we get to it.
Oh, we will.
We'll cross that bridge.
Yeah. I didn't share it on the screen because I was figuring out how to do that specifically for this. It was just easier to pop it up that way. But I will.
So that's my sort of preliminary spiel, and I think the rest we can save for when we start watching the video.
Jenny P, thank you for the $5. Can you show the part of notsoErudite's video where she describes the measure she claims qualifies her to use the term psychometrician? Curious on Pearl's take. We'll do that afterwards. Someone remind me, because that'll actually be interesting. I am curious about your take on that, Pearl. I'm very quickly going to set this thing up, and then we can be on our way. Share my screen. I want to share how to find a therapist. Okay. Boom. Let me know if you can see that. All right.
I can see it. Yeah.
You can see it. Can you? And let me know. Can you hear this?
Yep.
Oh dear God, that's loud. Okay, let's turn that down a little bit.
I can see and hear it. Yeah.
Perfect. Pearl, you good?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Let's roll.
And we'll just like shout when we need to pause.
So my role here, because once again, I am very much the non-expert in the room. I'm here to facilitate. I'm the one who pushes the buttons. So if you want me to pause, tell me to pause, and I'll do it. Okay. For however long you want.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, well, welcome. As promised to a lot of you, I'm going to basically cover how to find a really good therapist. So,
okay, I am going to jump in very quickly here right before we begin. So, and this is another issue I have with Kyla. When she introduces this video, she makes it seem as if, people are just so excited to hear about how she handles her therapy, locating service. What Kyla has been doing since she started her YouTube channel, as far as I can ascertain, is she will sort of tiptoe quietly across the line. Some savvy viewer will call her out, and then afterwards she will revise everything and pretend that everything was above level all along. And this actually, you saw an example of this in my conversation with her when she was threatening me, where she said, hey, look, I looked at the thing where I said that I had a graduate degree, which was called Psychometrist. And I went back and I edited it afterwards. It's like, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, it's like, great, you covered your tracks after I pointed it out. That's fantastic, Kyla. You're a saint. Well, same thing here. People were really weirded out by the fact that she was charging money to find a therapist. Given that her background, when you actually look into it at all, doesn't actually seem to equip her for the task or to make it appropriate for her to be charging a fee, especially when other people who are far better equipped are not charging a fee for what she is doing. So when she makes this video, this is an answer to those people. This is not her being transparent. This is damage control, monetized damage control.
I think I might have been part of the reason why she did the damage control at some point.
Oh, yeah?
I'm pretty sure I had a tangle on Twitter, but it's been a long time ago, and my brain is a sieve, so I can't pull up those tweets.
All right. Let me know, either of you, whenever you want me to stop. The show is yours.
as some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service. With this service, I give you 3 therapists. Sometimes I give you 4, depending on your complex needs, that I've vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact.
Yes.
I was sort of thinking about complex needs. I'm sure she'll talk about that.
Yeah.
But when I hear complex needs, I hear caseworker, right? That's what I was talking about in terms of that caseworker role. Anyway, that's it.
This is why this is factored into our conversations, factored into our argument as well. Because when I hear complex needs as a non-specialist, what I hear is, this is an in-depth set of judgments about a person's condition and about the kinds of care that this particular individual needs. And I would not want someone making those judgments, especially for people who are exhibiting signs of things like ideation around self-harm and whatnot, on the basis of zero area-specific training.
Even more concerning for me is how that information gets stored. Because protected health information is protected health information. And I was thinking about this in terms of Tuna, what was his name? Tuna Chip?
Yeah.
If you're doing a therapy referral for somebody who has suicidal ideation of the type that he communicated, like, you better keep that stuff confidential. You need to know that that storage is protected. So, for example, I just started at a new sex therapy practice, and there is like an electronic health record system that we have that's encrypted by PHIPAA guidelines. And we also have an email for this. But our email is specifically only for scheduling because we can't guarantee the confidentiality over email. If my clients want to talk to me about anything regarding any sort of therapeutic anything, it has to go through the EHR software, through their messaging program, because you really, you cannot mess around with client confidentiality, even if you're doing an assessment like this. So I'd also be worried about not only what kind of information is she collecting,
But how she's
how
storing
secure is that? How is she storing it? And who is she sharing it with? How can
And
I
what's
know
her
that
retention policy?
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
There's
definitionally, who she's sharing it with. Whoever moderates a Discord. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, that's not appropriate. And additionally, does she have the means to send the information to people that would need it? Even with educational assessment, I can't email a student score to a state department. That has to go through an FTP server. It has to be encrypted. So
Yeah.
this is, first of all, it is free to Google on Psychology Today, which is a great site. I recommend it. I found my therapist there.
Mhm.
She's awesome. So that's free, just FYI. Also, even with the PhD in psychometrics, I don't have the skill set to give somebody that assessment and score it via a rubric, look at those results, and give a recommendation. That's not what we do as psychometricians. We are in charge of the statistical models that go into building an assessment or a survey or something that is akin to what she's talking about here, that has it's measuring a latent variable using other variables that we can measure. Is that a conversation? Is it a multiple choice? Whatever. That's what I do. That's what my job is. It is half statistics, half psychology. The psychology comes into understanding how the brain works and how to get that latent information out. When I do an assessment, when I build an assessment, let's say the WJ, just because it's my favorite, because it's the Woodcock Johnson, that's given to students. It is. And it was actually created by a guy named Dick Woodcock, which is awesome. So the Woodcock Johnson is given to students by a school psychologist. Those are the folks that are going to give that, score it, and then make those recommendations. A school psychologist, not me. I helped build that maybe somewhere down the way, or I helped with the scoring and the rubric, the validation of the data, but not any sort of clinical intervention. Just like I would not get a score from a student's math assessment and presume that I could give suggestions on how to improve that student's performance in math, even though I do have a math degree. But what if it's in social studies? I can tell you what that score means. I can tell you how it was computed, but I cannot tell you what to do about it.
That's a good analogy.
That's
actually.
where she breaks that down.
Yeah.
She fails at that really crucial point there.
Brooks wants you to know that he found Dick Woodcock Johnson the funniest thing in the world because he's mentally 5 years old.
Same.
It's okay to be an inner child. Occasionally I am 40 going on 10. It's okay.
Shall we press on?
Yes.
Let's go.
So what
Otherwise
this video
we'll
is
be here
going
all
to
day.
be is I'm actually going to walk you through the process that I use to find a good therapist, so that if you can't afford me, but you still want to find a solid therapist, you can hopefully use this video to help you out. So what I've done
hang
here
on.
is...
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did she just say can't afford me?
Yep.
What does she mean by that?
Well, I would assume she means you don't have enough money to pay her the $40 fee. No, $50 fee. It's gone up.
Okay. Never mind. Crisis averted. Carry on.
What were you thinking?
I was like, can't afford me as in can't afford my services, or as like a clinician? That's where
Well,
I was worried.
her services to find a therapist.
Okay.
This is
And never mind. Forget I said anything.
No, it's fine. This will come up later in the video as well, but this is actually like one of my major issues as a layperson with this, is that it's a pretty simple, like it's pretty easy to see the inherent problem with this, because she's not providing an essential service that actually contributes to the process directly. And because she acknowledges that even after paying for her services, somebody may be in a financial situation where an entire class of perhaps the best kind of care that the most appropriate kind of care for them might simply be just inaccessible financially. Like she'll offer, here, I'll give you a lower cost, slightly less effective alternative. But in the process of doing so, she's also taking money from the person. And this is the thought process that goes through my head, because I'm not a high-income person. I may be willing to drop $150 on like an hour or something. Maybe I'll drop like $300 on an hour or something. But sometimes I won't be willing to drop $350 on an hour or something. Maybe that's enough to deter me. And so as a consequence of paying that $50, I may have downgraded from the actually appropriate type of care that I actually need to one that's less appropriate and picked as basically a backup. And at that point, knowing it's a backup, I might decide simply not to pursue it at all, or not to pursue it very far, because she's basically just broadcast to me that this is the inferior of the two choices. And so I've basically just been out $50, and none of my issues have been actually addressed. And if you're low income, that $50, that might be significantly more difficult for you to acquire than somebody else. You might have a lot more difficulty working. You might have a lot, like all these sorts of things. So like, if her involvement actually contributes in any conceivable way to limiting the options of a potential patient, that strikes me as a very bad thing.
Yeah, well, also, a given degree doesn't necessarily indicate quality. There are social workers who are way more skilled than psychologists and vice versa. It's just the way that our training manifests is a little bit different. The one thing that I will say about social workers is that because we take a far more holistic approach and we look at like person and environment, we also tend to start out in the trenches. My first job out of my MSW program, I joke that I was I was told that I was hired to work with teens because I'm young and relatable, and ended up with a bunch of like traumatized 8 to 13-year-olds all in like child protective services. So like right out of the gate, I was seeing some of the most complex, worst of the worst cases you could possibly see. And I didn't realize it until I actually went, because I needed to get out of that field because I was burning out.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to do a Gottman training. And I was doing training with a number of psychologists, and we were talking about our caseloads. I was talking about a client, and they were like, wow, that sounds like a really difficult client. And I was like, what are you talking about? That's like my easy break client. And so when we were talking about more complex presentations, even though at that time I only had a year or two of clinical work under my belt, I was able to go toe to toe with some of the psychologists in the room who had 10 years on me, because I got my teeth in the trenches and I had to see clients that were far more acute than anything else that they had come across. So just because somebody has a psychology degree and a PhD and someone else has a master's degree, that doesn't necessarily tell you whether they are high quality or what kind of training. Also, to do sex therapy, I had to go through an entire other educational module and undergo, 50 to 100 hours of supervision in order to get that certification. So, like, even though my base is a social work degree, I have an entire additional echelon of training that just looking at me as an RSW doesn't really capture. So she's implying that one is superior over the other, when in fact that's not actually true.
I see the I says I am also an MSW if you want to pull me in for this. I think we're a little bit crowded today, but I would love to talk to you some other time. So reach out to me on Discord, okay? I would absolutely love to have you on at some point. Pearl, did you want to say anything or shall we press on?
No, again, I agree with everything.
Okay. And again, to your point, Sam, like this is going to come out very much when we get later in terms of like judging between. Yeah. I know you know. Okay. Let's go.
I know.
I have posted on Twitter, and I had 2 people who were kind enough to allow me to use some of their information. So we're going to do 2 cases. I'm going to find 2 different people's therapists in this video. I'm going to walk you through everything that I do to find it.
Hey, we figured out where their information is being stored, though. So there you go. And
based on a couple of things that I think these 2 cases are missing, I'm going to cover a little bit of extra information, particularly for my European viewers. So with that, let's get started.
Wait,
and thanks for tuning in.
She's doing Europe too? Oh, I forgot.
No, go on.
I'm going to stop talking because we will never finish this video. I'm going to hold my tongue. Sorry. Keep going.
We'll jump more. No, you were saying you were going to say something.
Here's the other thing that really annoys the heck out of me is that she's making a lot of assumptions because licensure is very different in different countries. Heck, in the United States, I initially got my license in Indiana, and then I moved to Massachusetts. And the requirements from state to state are different, and they're also called different things. So in Indiana, like the master's level license is the LSW, and the full clinical license is the LCSW. In Massachusetts, the master's level license is the LCSW, and the full license is LICSW. Canada doesn't have master's level and independent clinical licenses. So once you get your MSW, or at least in Ontario, you can register for the Ontario Social Work Board, and you're an RSW and you're good to go. So unless she has some expertise about what licensure looks like in Europe that I am not aware of, she is really going over her skis right now, because to differentiate between all of the different acronyms and letters, you really need to know your stuff, and you need to know what like each different state and each different province and each different country and how they each do their licensure, because each one is different.
So where do you start off first? So in finding a therapist, the first thing you need to do is identify.
Oh, what did I do? I pressed the button. Everyone stay calm. It's all good.
Kind of what your needs are and which therapists are going to be best matched to that. So let's start with step 1, which is what are your needs? So I've pulled up a document. This is actually the 9 questions that I send people who message me asking for the service of finding a therapist. So what I do is I say, absolutely, can you answer these 9 questions? So if you're doing this on your own at home, I am going to give in the description, there will be these 9 questions.
Yes.
This is essentially the same path that Psychology Today would have you go through, just to help you narrow things down. They have like a little, at least they used to, but they have like a little thing that walks you through this. Also, you could probably just ask ChatGPT. This is nothing here is outstanding or anything that, again, you would not be able to figure out from just finding on Psychology Today your area and what you want them to focus on. They all write it very clearly. And if you don't know what one of the things is, you just look it up.
And I imagine they prompt you most of these as well.
Yes.
Something else that occurs to me, what insurance, if any, are you using? If you have insurance, You should actually be able to contact your insurance company and just find out which practices they cover, and then pick from those, or get a consultation somewhere.
Also, Psychology Today has those.
And Psychology
you
Today,
can
of
search by the insurance provider, and it will tell you. It's not always accurate, but it's there. But also in the United States, even if your insurance does cover your therapy, it's probably not direct, and you're better off trying to argue for a sliding scale. But that's just my personal opinion.
Okay.
Not sure what she says about that. Go ahead.
Questions?
Um,
Don't forget, Drake. In the description, there'll be these 9 questions. Fill them out for yourself so you can kind of follow along and do this. So online or in person. In general, I actually highly recommend in-person therapy. The only time that I would use online as an alternative is if there's lots of like agoraphobia or social anxiety to the point where like online is going to feel safer and more manageable. Or if you're somebody who's maybe rural or in kind of a country that tends to lack a
Not
lot
her
of,
making absolutes.
specialists.
What's that?
yeah, that's
Not her making absolutes. Oh, I wouldn't recommend
Yeah.
online unless you have those things. Where are you in your diagnosis of that? Is that one of the things you're trying to overcome? Is that true for everybody who might be suffering from agoraphobia? I'm just asking.
Well, here's
for a
my
friend.
to go back again,
Yeah.
like to what was going on with the financial stuff. I should not talk as much. I was supposed to let you guys talk, and only you guys talk. But like to go back, yeah, my final comment on this. Once again, like how you interact with a patient or somebody who's going through you, that's going to influence their judgment. And so if she says, I would not recommend online, that person is going to internalize online is inferior or bad or useless or something to some degree in that direction. That's going to be discouraging someone to make use of potentially the best care that they have access to, potentially. It's, yeah.
Almost always I prefer in-person therapy if it's accessible. Number 2 is for in-person, what's the city nearest you? This is for pretty obvious reasons. I'm going to walk through basically how to find psychologists in your area. What's really important to note in particularly Canada and the United States, or if you're in Europe, between countries, is that most psychologists and licensed therapists are licensed per state or province, if you're talking about North America. And in Europe, typically people are licensed per country. So if you're in Germany, for example, most therapists in the UK are going to be hesitant about taking you, even for online therapy, because their licensure is in UK for British and for British citizenry, basically, right? Same with the states. If you're licensed in Kansas, that doesn't mean you're licensed or covered for a client from California. So most people tend to prefer to work within state. However, if they dominantly do online therapy, there's a couple of ways that people kind of surpass this and get past kind of this like essentially liability limit. So if they dominantly do online therapy, they might still be able to help you even if you're not in the same country or state. For number 3, what in general is your
You want to say something?
Yeah. First
Please.
of all, really bad psychometric form to have more than one question in a block. Yeah, just bad form. I was reading ahead. I'll wait till she gets to number 7 before I lose my mind on that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Presenting problem.
Oh God, yeah.
When I go through this and I'm doing a service, I allow them to be as vague as needed because I'm decently trained at this point in taking on clients. I've done a lot of one-on-one addiction therapy.
Are you though?
So I'm pretty good at translating like generic language into like therapeutic terms for yourself. Obviously, if you're not submitting this to me, actually be as specific as possible. So even if if you're suspicious of like certain diagnoses, write those down, write down specifically the symptoms you're experiencing. So if you're like, I think I have depression, don't just write and look for depression, but also look at some of the symptom collection so you can bring all of that to your therapist. Because for example, you might go to your therapist and be like, I've got a low mood, I'm having a really hard time with attention and concentration, and I just can't seem to be able to like prioritize any of my tasks. They might do some tests and decide that actually, while depression is what you feel like you might have something like ADHD, and they'll treat you separately. So don't just write down like depression, write down your actual symptoms and send that to the therapist and talk to them about specifically what you are.
And now
You're sending
really
them to me,
getting out of
you
her
can be
scope
more
of
vague.
practice.
I know. Yep.
This is, getting into diagnostic stuff that there is nothing in her training that, even though she's not technically giving a diagnosis, she is doing the equivalent of me saying, well, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I can't prescribe anything, but, here's all of the information you need to know about Paxil, right? Even though I'm not technically prescribing, for me to give definitive statements about a psychiatric medication is outside of my scope of practice. She's doing the equivalent here. Anyway, continue.
Tease apart what's going on. And in my service, I'm trying to let you be as private and confidential as possible. Are you personally religious? If so, what religion? It's really, really important. The next couple of questions, 4 and 5 especially, and then also 9.
Sorry,
Religious
I'm upping
counseling
the-
is
I'm upping the
very
quality
dodgy,
so that
by the way.
people on
I
stream are
feel
saying
so uncomfortable.
people on stream are saying the visuals are a little bit hard to see. So I've what I'll
With
do
the-
what I'll do on the edit is if it's actually difficult to see, I'll put the slides up separately over top. It'll be clunky, but it'll be there. I'll blow them up so we can see them on screen.
I have faith in you, Sunday.
Oh, you're very misguided, but thank you.
All are about.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What if you want to say something? You were
No.
uncomfortable.
Of more. Yes, this is so awkward. Is she asking people to provide this information to her? Because if yes, I feel so uncomfortable right now. This is
It's really bad.
highly
It's
unethical
really bad.
and very problematic and dangerous. And the psychometrician and cybersecurity person in me, I want to invert into my own rear end. It's a lot.
Yeah. Also, I'd point out, I know that you said that she got her counseling in faith-based programs. I am very, very, very wary of most religious counseling, with very few exceptions. It also probably doesn't help that I finished watching the Duggar documentary and seeing how some of the faith-based counseling can be very harmful. This is
Well, let's clarify the issue there a little bit. So, for example, so Demon Mama talked about how there are cases where religious-based addictions counseling, just because of the way in which it's the way in which institutions are accredited to perform addictions counseling and things of the sort, that varies widely by place. In some places, it's not regulated at all. And so people in some institutions are able to actually exploit their patients through that. But let's assume that everything's on the up and up, and it really is just a purely well-intentioned addictions counseling center or an addictions recovery center that just happens because of the religious beliefs of the organizers, involve prayer, Bible study, attendance at a religious institution like a church or a mosque or whatever.
It's a different type of training.
Sure.
So I actually knew somebody who was a pastoral counselor back in the day. And the type of training that people who are in faith-based organizations get is very different than somebody going through, say, like a clinical social work program or a psychology program. There tends to be a lot less oversight. Also, they tend to kind of create their own accrediting bodies that can be dodgy. And the likelihood of them using like evidence-based practices or the types of theoretical frameworks that you would learn in a clinical program, whether or not you learn them is kind of a coin toss based on, where you go and what type of training you get. There are some people who also do pastoral counseling with no training at all because it's not as regulated as a profession as some of the other mental health professions are. Like I said, that's also true for addictions.
Well, I think as well, when we're talking about clinical experience, we're talking ultimately about hours worked at an institution. And so if you're citing your clinical experience to a lay audience, which you are inevitably when you're doing this on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, it really becomes incumbent on you to emphasize that your clinical experience is not the same as somebody who has clinical experience in a secular organization. A large number of your hours will involve something to do with church, Bible study, whatever, not things that people generally put faith in when we're talking about experience with respect to treating mental health according to modern secular standards and things like that, if that makes sense. It's not that there's like something intrinsically wrong with these things being incorporated into a therapy or recovery program. Although maybe there is, like, I mean, we don't really have time to talk about like the issues with things like 12-step programs, but they are myriad. They are not like people talk about them sort of off the top of their head as if like, oh, this is an example of like religious treatment working. It's a little bit more complicated than that, to say the least. But
and just
no, please.
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
And just because somebody doesn't have like religious training doesn't mean that you can't work with somebody's faith. So for example, actually there is a 3-day sex therapy workshop that I teach for an organization that I'm on the faculty of. And there's a case study that I use of a client I had who was Mormon, and that was a very big part of our work. And so part of my job was to educate myself on the aspects of Mormon faith that I thought was going to come up in our therapy. And I had a Mormon colleague who was a Mormon sex educator, long story. And I talked to them about the case, and I said, I didn't give any, identifying details, but I said, I'm working with a client who's having this issue. What would you recommend from a Mormon perspective? And he actually gave me a passage from the Book of Mormon to be like, tell this to your client, this is what it meant. And so I went to my Mormon client and said, I consulted with a Mormon colleague of mine, and they recommended that I show you this passage. So you said that you would know what it meant. And he was like, and that was very helpful and very impactful. So even those of us who don't have training in religious organizations, that doesn't mean that, we don't bring people's belief systems into the room. Part of my job is to help understand somebody's holistic experience and strengths so that I can, give them the help and the care that they need. Does that make sense?
That makes tremendous sense. Thank you very much. Let's press on.
About tailoring the therapist to you. One robust finding in research on therapy is that therapy is most effective when you have a really solid therapeutic rapport with your therapist. What that means is basically, do you get along with them, right? Do you click? Do they seem to understand you? And so as you can see, sometimes having people match you on both cultural and sometimes major identifying pieces about yourself, religion, LGBTQ, certain cultural backgrounds can be really, really helpful in helping you feel clicked more, right? There's nothing more frustrating than going to a therapist and say you practice the Islamic faith, and you have to spend the first 2 sessions trying to explain family and gender and multiple dynamics that your faith impacts in your life because your therapist has no experience or understanding of that. That can be a really obnoxious thing to do. And so that's kind of how I try to pair things. So obviously, if somebody's highly religious, I obviously encourage, what religion are you? It's best to try to match these things. If you're distinctly not religious, obviously you want to avoid counselors with religious backgrounds or counselors who include religious practices within their therapy. If you're a specific type of minority, so in general, I try to do visible minorities and LGBTQ because they often have very specialized, unique kind of lived experiences that don't map on it super well.
Just the visible ones, though?
Just the visible ones.
Okay, cool. Just checking.
The stealth ones, they can,
Yeah, those latent ones. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you're white passing and you're not white, sucks to be you.
Or if you're gay and you don't glow pink when you walk outdoors.
Yeah.
Also starting to include within that as well, autistic young men or highly lonely men, maybe would even go so far as to call them incels. I again try to look for these things to map them onto a therapist who's going to understand kind of their specific
I'm sorry.
cultural.
Incel is a minority now? Incel is considered a minority?
Didn't the DSM was just updated to include incel.
I believe
how
that my
works.
soul just left my body. My soul just left my body. Okay. I'm going to need a minute after that. Wow.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, also,
Psychology Today actually has an article on incels. How are incels
I'm sure
different
they
from
do.
others? Okay, yeah, go on. I'm just
I-
curious. I'm just curious if they have if they refer to them as a minority, and that might be where she got it.
This is why I'm a sex therapist. Anyway, continue.
Well, the article's from the Minority Report, so
Of course it is.
Unique needs. Insurance is pretty obvious. You know your insurance. Some therapists take them, some therapists. So a pro tip with insurance, clarify with your insurance provider what type of licensed professional they will cover. So there's a lot of licensed professionals that can offer therapy, and not all insurances will cover them. So for example, in my insurance covers only licensed psychologists and clinical social workers. So I can only see therapists with these two professional registries, but there's therapists, for example, that are licensed therapists, family and marriage counselors, addiction counselors. None of those would be covered by my insurance, even though my insurance does cover therapy hours. So make sure that you really check with your insurance what designations actually matter. And if you're doing this service with me, try to send those to me because I will prioritize the designations. A safe bet is psychologists are almost always covered because that's basically the highest level of training, which is why typically when I did this
necessarily.
service, I try to maximize sending.
go on.
In New York, almost no psychologists take insurance.
Really?
Yeah, I'm from New York, and my mother keeps, Samantha, if you move back to New York, you're going to make so much money. Just, you could set up a shingle. I was like, thanks, Mom. But as a result, I had to talk to a lot of New York therapists, and none of them take insurance because it's the paperwork to compensation is not worth it for them.
People psychologists so that they're most likely going to be covered. If you're in a European country, there's a couple of different designations. There's psychotherapist and psychologist, is my understanding. Just do the same and check and make sure that your insurance covers one or both and what they are.
Also, we have those here too. It's not just Europe. But
Also,
she probably knows that.
Also, I imagine different countries have different licensures. I was doing ASEC supervision for a psychologist in Germany, and he was talking about how Germany is very different from Vienna, which is different from the UK, which is, well, UK isn't, you get it.
Yeah.
So just to say Europe is also very weird.
She did pay lip service to the variance in licensure thing earlier, but
but not competently.
Yeah.
Number 7 is a bit strange. Do you prefer a more empirically focused problem-solving form of therapy, or are you more artistic and prefer a more exploratory process? You can even think about this really simply. Like, are you...
Okay.
This is the one you were waiting for.
Okay.
Take the stage. You got this.
So again, I'm going to say, stop putting more than one question in per number, but also so she's making this list for people who don't know how to find a therapist, but then she's going to make the assumption that they're going to be able to wade through these two sentences and evaluate themselves based upon this, because I'm going to say no. Additionally, there might be in a person's mind, is there a better choice? Should I pick one over the other? Or what if I think / aspire to be one, but I'm actually the other? But also, what difference does that make with regard to therapy? I'm sure she's going to tell us, but I just feel like maybe there are better ways at assessing this. But she's also an expert from what I hear, so maybe I can learn from her.
Well, this one, what you're saying speaks to me here, because I grew up in a very conservative household that had sort of a very technocratic attitude towards education. And so, while they had like a bunch of respect for the arts, the humanities, and whatnot, those were the basket weaving courses, and the ones that actually got you into a place where you could get a job and be like a responsible member of your society, those were going to be in STEM. And those were associated with problem solving and not with the word like artistic or creative, which is basically, gay stuff, for lack of a better word. So for me, I may actually be better suited to somebody who is whatever she means by an artistic and exploratory process, but I will have a prejudice against that language, and I will not pick that out on that basis, even if that's actually maybe like the best one for me, whatever it is she's referring to there.
I think what she's trying to say is she's talking about the difference between directive, non-directive, and like artistic, because
Oh, of course,
there
that's
are
that. Yes, but that's not
there
how
are
you
a
would
lot
assess
of
that.
there are a lot of non-directive interventions that do have some data behind them. But I think what she's talking about are things like cognitive behavioral therapy and dialectical behavioral therapy, which tend to be very structured. You get like worksheets and stuff, versus more psychodynamic, which is what a lot of people think about when they think about the stereotypical therapist with like
But
the
obviously,
couch and the how does that make you feel?
even that more particular phrasing though is not going to be any more clarifying on this. Like,
No.
yeah.
But what I would say, would you prefer something that's more guided and structured? Do you
Yes.
need a sounding board, or do you want something that, is more like based in artistic expression? Because things like art therapy and sand tray therapy can be incredibly powerful tools, but they're definitely not for everybody. And not everybody wants to do homework when in the therapeutic process. So if somebody doesn't want to do homework, CBT or DBT are not going to be their jam,
Right. And so that's why if she was actually going to assess this effectively, she would need to ask anywhere from 5 to 10 questions that would ask somebody to indicate things like you suggested, more directive, more, whatever the questions are. But there would be several of them so that you could average them, because if you just ask, it's like asking a true false question. There's nothing more worthless than a true false question, because I don't know if you know the answer or if I should take you to Vegas because you're good at guessing. So this is the same thing here. She is not gathering enough information to make a valid decision with it. And I do want to come back to consequential validity, because that is going to be my ultimate issue with her with all of this, but I'm not quite ready to make that point. But I can't do number 7 anymore, so I'm done. Thank you.
Another point that I would want to say is that we were talking about, like, can somebody be, written up to a licensing board or whatever. For the purposes of this conversation, it kind of doesn't matter, because we're not necessarily talking about something that's going to get you disbarred or land you in prison or whatever. We're talking about efficacy and ethics. And what is effective and what is ethical may not necessarily align with what is strictly legal.
Mm-hmm.
So even if she can't necessarily get in trouble or be held accountable, this is still bad form.
Well, to put this into perspective for people in the audience, there is a very successful YouTube channel called Eric Berg, who calls himself Dr. Eric Berg, and gives extraordinarily bad dietary advice in an extremely unprofessional manner. Like, for example, he'll refer to salad as if this is simply like a basic food group when he's advising people just to eat a salad during a certain thing. Or to advise like tremendous amounts of like greasy, fatty meats and things like that. But he's able to call himself a doctor and thereby secure the confidence of a lot of viewers who aren't paying close enough attention or aren't suspicious enough of him for doing so, because he has a degree in chiropractic. And he's allowed to do this. He's allowed to mix these things. And it's like, is it illegal? No. Is it unethical? It's about as unethical as when I think it was called the Daikon Shield was found to cause birth defects and horrendous vaginal diseases, and it was sent overseas to countries where it was not yet illegal to sell them to get rid of the remaining stock. People actually do die from these types of abuses or are severely harmed, regardless of whether or not at the end of the day the individual responsible for initiating the sequence of events did something so clear-cut and obvious and illegal as pointing a gun at someone and pulling a trigger.
Yeah. And also, this is not so much the goal here is not so much to wag my finger at
Mhm.
Kyla as much as it is to educate your audience so that they don't fall for this sort of thing, and they're able to look at this with a little bit more discernment. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Here's what I suggest, because we need to speed this up.
I know.
Let's go to the
We're-
next.
we're
Let's
both.
continue. Let's continue to the next chapter. No, I appreciate it. Let's go to the next chapter, and we'll assess once we get to the chapter. End.
Mhm. Also,
Well-
Pearl, if I am talking too much and you want to claim the floor, I trust that you will kindly.
No, I will. I'll gladly talk over you. But I do think that there is so much of this that is on the practice side that needs to
Yeah.
be spoken about by a practitioner. I'm here just as normal psychometricians are to set limits and say no, because that's generally what we do.
Yeah.
And also, I just
Yeah.
want to make this because I know people are calling her a psychomagician. That's a word that we use internally, and we love that term for ourselves. So please do not use that for her. That we
Love
use
that for
that
you.
term
Oh yeah.
because the states want one thing, the teachers want another. There's like what I can actually do with the test, and then how all the data will be misused. So I do refer to myself as a psychomagician, and she's not that fancy.
Well,
No,
obviously,
she doesn't get that term.
obviously, like there
Mm-mm.
are a lot of people, and for more or less substantial reasons, that are critical of whole fields and things of that sort. The issue here is not the field in which Kyla works. The issue here is with what she does, with the well,
Oh, you mean the consequential validity of the whole thing?
yeah, precisely, yeah.
Because
That you can talk to. Oh, you should
that-
talk about validity.
so validity is the most important thing when it comes to assessment from a psychometrician standpoint. And there are many types of it written about by Samuel Messick. A very difficult article. Find a summary. Don't try to read through his original 99 pages. But just to give you an idea of an example, so there's content validity, meaning, do I have evidence to suggest that the content that is on this assessment is actually going to be representative of the content I think I'm measuring? But consequential validity means, can I make a valid decision based on the data that I have collected from this instrument? She is not in any way establishing any sort of consequential validity, because first of all, if this is her instrument, she is not able to make an accurate recommendation, and I don't care what anyone says. If this is the instrument, she's going to have some issues establishing consequential validity. Every time she makes a claim, especially based upon data that she has, I can't wait to see this measure. That's really the most important part. What are you doing with these data? What are the decisions that you're making? And I question that, and she shows no evidence of it. And I don't care how many graduate courses she's taken. I don't care if I was talking to my advisor from graduate school. I would ask the same question. Can you show me what you've done to establish evidence of consequential validity? Because also a test can't be valid. The data give you evidence for valid decision making, right? You get evidence that there's content validity. There's also face validity, which is like, I'm going to look at this and it's like supposed to be a math test, and I look at it, I see a bunch of equations, I'm like, yep, that's a math test, right? She does not in any way establish evidence for consequential validity.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to finish this section. It is approximately 2 more minutes. Excuse me. The other sections following
We'll
are
get
short.
to when she talks about social workers so that I can
Oh, we will. We will. We will.
try very hard not to swear.
Let's go. I've got somebody asking, do you think NSC will come on? I do not think NSC will come on, and I don't want
Please,
to
no.
subject her to my guests
I
either. I also
have
don't. I
no
also don't
interest in
think.
debating
I also
her.
don't think there's any value in it. This is her clearest statement of what she's doing. I think this will actually be definitive. I don't think her under pressure here doing damage control is going to shed light on anything. I think it's just going to frustrate
I
everybody.
think it's even worse than that, because she is incredibly good from what I've seen from your interactions with her at obfuscating and minimizing and trying to muddy the waters. And doing things that are gaslight adjacent, shall we say. And so I think that bringing her on would
Oh, I'm not
do more to
even, I'm not,
misinform your
I'm not
audience than
even,
inform it.
I'm not even entertaining it. Just
I
somebody
know.
asked.
I'm just explaining why not only is that the correct decision that it wouldn't do anything, but I think that it would harm the conversation.
Fair enough. All right, let's go.
Left brain person or a right brained person. Part of what I'm trying to do here is just match
What?
your style.
Same as 7.
Done.
Same argument as 7.
It's not a thing. Okay, continue.
Right? So if you're a kind of a person who wants to go into therapy, you want to get a formula, fix everything, really like structured, focused, do homework, be in and out within like 8 to 16 weeks, and you're really big on like
That's not how that works.
science and empiricism and stuff, you're going to want a therapist who matches that style because that's going to appeal most to you. Whereas if you're a little bit more artistic, you tend to want to be more exploratory. Or for example, if you're kind of like, I feel like I am the exact syndrome of my life was fucked up, so now I kind of fucked up, but I don't know what kind of fucked up. That's often where I lean a little bit more into exploratory process styles. So then I'm going to be looking for therapists who do things like narrative therapy, stuff like that. Whereas if you know like a specific need you have, like I know I need emotional regulation skills, I'm actually going to lean more into a much more structured form of therapy like CBT or DBT, because those are very well vetted against emotional regulation. We know that they're highly efficacious in training and
How
improving emotional regulation.
on
So
earth can
that's just kind of a
she
bit of a personal
gauge
preference.
all of this stuff just by looking at Psychology Today profiles? Does she like reach out to the therapists and talk to them? Does she check whether they even have availability on their schedule, or does she just scour Psychology Today and give names? Because
That is an excellent
if
question.
all she's doing is looking at Psychology Today profiles, how the hell is she able to gather this data?
Well, I suppose we'll see.
Same question,
Yeah.
because that was what I was kind of talking about with gathering these data. And is she forwarding that to the therapist that is chosen? Is she interacting with this therapist, or is she just charging an amount to answer these ridiculous questions
Well, you know what?
that are much better positive? No, I don't.
I come bearing gifts. We can skip ahead at 21 minutes in.
Ooh.
She has a chapter called Vetting Good Psychologists for Diagnosis.
And just for comparison, can I talk about a referral list, the NASW referral list that I was on, to give you an idea of just how different that experience is?
Sure.
So this was a list of clinicians. The clinicians had to pay to get on the list. And every single clinician that went on the list had to do a one-on-one 15-minute phone call with the intake coordinators to talk to them. We had to fill out an entire form of all of the different things that we did, our specialties, the insurance that we took, and how many available clients we had. And so we would pay, and then it would be free for the clients. And so what would happen is we would sort of put out our shingle and our information. We would do the interview. And then if there was somebody who matched our interests or our profile, they would, give us like 2 or 3 names, and then we would say yes, no, and they could reach out to us. The other thing that we had to do in order to stay on that list is every month we had to update our availability to say, are you still taking clients? So every clinician that was referred in that referral program are clinicians who the intake coordinators and the people doing the referrals knew. They knew our availability, and they had a sense of our cadence and our style, which is not something that you can do just by scouring Psychology Today. And again, that service was free for clients. So compare and contrast that was run through the social work chapter of Massachusetts to what we're seeing here.
Let's finish this section because there's very little of it left, and it seems like she actually goes through, I'm looking through this, finding a therapist, preferred website, limiting factors, etc. So this will be worth going through in order. So let's just press on.
So Yeah, I just wanted to say that just in terms of contrast, in
No,
terms
I
of
appreciate it.
services being
Yeah, it's
offered.
fine. Yeah.
Preference and a little bit tailored to what your needs are. Have you had therapy in the past, and what did and didn't work for you? This is really helpful when you yourself are looking for a therapist. Actually think about it. If you've had therapy in the past, what made it not work? Or if it did work and you've had new stuff happen in your life that you're going back, what did work? That might be the interpersonal style. That might be the specific delivery modality. It might be like CBT just clicks with me. It might be more like, what worked really well for me is a much more like high maximal empathy who just like kind of reflects my thoughts, but doesn't add like too much structure. Whereas for somebody else might be like, I really enjoyed having like a therapist who kind of like wrestled a little bit with me and like really like put a lot of structure into the therapy session. So just figure out what works for you and tailor your therapist to that. And then strong gender preference for your counselor. This is pretty self-evident. If you have, for example, high levels of trauma with men or women, I would obviously encourage you to work with the group that you don't have high trauma with.
Not always
Another thing that
possible,
might be
but
helpful,
okay.
a lot of people that message me are LGBTQ. And so they'll have a group that they're more comfortable with based on kind of their intersection of their trans identity and people that they're comfortable relating to. So just think about it, what works for you. I will give you a pro tip. There's not a ton of non-binary therapists. It is increasing. In Europe, I basically never find any. In the States, I'm starting to find them, but I will be honest, they're typically significantly
You're only looking
less
at
trained, and I
Psychology
tend not
Today
to
and not
click
the
on them
other
because
therapy sources.
they have like some of the least rigorous training. But obviously over time, we're probably going to see that improve as the trans population gets more and more into different spaces in the world. Okay.
There are
So
entire
section 1.
There are entire separate referral and therapy lists specifically for queer clients or people who are looking for queer, non-binary, or trans clients. Anyway, continue.
Who are you and what do you need in therapy? Answer these questions. So now what do we do for finding a therapist? So I'm going to do this twice. You're going to see there's a bit of chopping that's going to be done in between because I really want to keep this video
just real
brief.
quick.
Yes.
So she does have people fill this information out. Does she sign an NDA? Does she sign any sort of confidentiality that she's not going to share this? I know that she said that she got permission. I'm not faulting her on that in any way, to be fair. But I'm just curious because I would hope, I mean, there's just so much here that is scary when it comes to data. That's all.
Yep.
And high utility. So make sure you kind of jump around as you need, but this is one example. So just so everyone's clear, some disclaimers. This is a real person's response to me to the 9 questions. All of the personalized information that I thought I could remove has been removed, obviously like their name. I've also gotten their consent to release precisely verbatim these words. So all of the consent is covered in case you're worried about it. All right, so this individual would prefer online. That's fine. They're in Oregon. Okay, so for Oregon, I'm going to go through some of the major cities. They prefer online, so I'll show you how to do that. So I'm going to undarken this screen. Sorry to blast your eyeballs. So Psychology Today is my go-to website. Most psychologists, therapists, anyone who offers individual therapy will be registered here. These are almost exclusively private therapists, though, just to be super clear. So typically what I'll do is I'm going to start with Portland. So I've just Googled Portland, Oregon therapists. BetterHelp, I almost always dismiss and disregard. It's not great. What I look for is the website psychologytoday.com. Okay, so you click this. It's great because basically every single therapist who is privately,
To be fair, points for Erudite dissing BetterHelp.
licensed in the city
Yeah, it's
almost
quite bad.
always is registered on Psychology Today. It's kind of the most common website. So if you look down, I'm going to get pages and pages of possible therapists, which is great. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to read through and see any limiters. So not religious, Kaiser. So one thing I'm going to put in here is insurance. I'm going to see if Kaiser's here. A lot of my issues relate to being a woman around men in the workplace and my relationship with my mother. So I have a hard time feeling like a man could really understand where I'm coming from. Okay. So she also prefers women only as a therapist. There we go. So now we've got Kaiser and only women.
Just one more time, I'm going to harp on this. So this is in a Word document. not a secure web form, a Word document that most likely was emailed, because I doubt that she has an FTP server. I am open to stand corrected, but a Word document. Okay.
And there are services like Hushmail that do have encrypted forms that she could use if she wanted.
She
So
could also
even if
build
she-
one on SurveyMonkey if she had the skill set
Yeah.
that she claims to have by being a psychometrician. Okay, go ahead.
That's also true.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I then go through is I first emphasize by quality of training. So, anyone who's a psychologist
And
with a
here's where I'm
PhD,
going to start
hang on.
to try very
Let
hard
her-
to not swear.
Here, let her say it first. Otherwise, you can't hear her. Hang on.
Sorry.
It's okay. Just tell me to pause and then comment. It's the better way to go.
Sorry.
PhD is your golden standard. Actually, if they're a clinical psychologist, they're even higher. Now, depending on the complexity of the situations, I'm going to be more restrictive. She has a lot of transition of life, interpersonal issues, and unhealthy work-life balance. This is actually what in psychology we would categorize as kind of like general adjustment struggles, right? So there's not like a complex psychotic disorder. There's not a multitude of comorbid neurodivergences or anything like that. And so a clinical psychologist actually wouldn't be something you require. Whereas if you've got like a complex number of like OCD, autism, and like a bunch of kind of unique needs, I would be exclusively focusing on the highest trained. Because this is adjustment stuff, you can actually like pretty comfortably.
I need to stop now. So when she talks about quality of training, she's looking at the wrong thing. It's not just whether somebody has a psychology degree or a clinical psychologist or a social worker, but rather what types of specializations do they have and what additional trainings do they have. She's going to say some very misinformed stuff about social workers in a minute, so I'm going to save that rant for later. But the ways in which she is assessing quality of training is
Well, how about
wrong,
this? Let
quite
me put this to you,
frankly.
okay? Like, as somebody who's in the humanities, where the stakes are significantly lower. Certainly not. You're not dealing with the life and death of individuals you're immediately dealing with, right? A person with a PhD in political science may have a PhD in political science specializing in the area studies of the politics of some part of China. They may have a specialty in political theory. They may have a specialty in political history. They may have a specialty in international relations. They may have a specialty in comparative politics, maybe in the study of religion and politics, intersections of gender and politics, and so on and so forth. And if you are asking them a question with respect to any one of these things that they do not have specific expertise in, and these are broad, they are going to be functionally as useless to you as somebody who has studied that but has a bachelor's. The degree itself, especially in like a field like this, where there's high degrees of specialization given whatever it is that they're particularly trained to address, that's telling you practically nothing. And to fetishize the higher level degree seems obvious to a layperson, but anybody who has any level of expertise in any field will know, first of all, like how limited they are, and then how frustrating it is to deal with other people with even higher degrees of training than you on paper who just can't keep up because they're just not in your area.
I mean, for crying out loud, Jordan Peterson technically has a PhD and technically saw clients at one point. So I am a better therapist than he is.
I mean, she's an ex-Peterson fan, so there you go.
Of course. But like, so case in point, sort of looking at me, I do not have my PhD yet. Give it a couple of years. But I have very specific and specialized training beyond sex therapy in trauma and complex trauma. My second year field placement, I was working at a rape crisis center. My first job out of graduate school, I was working with children and adolescents and some adults and families that were all in child protective services. I worked in community mental health for many years. I have done very specific trainings in dialectical behavioral therapy, and various trauma-focused modalities. So if somebody is dealing with complex trauma, especially sexual trauma, but not specifically sexual trauma, I am a subject matter expert to the point where I have given continuing education classes to other therapists. So I teach other therapists how to do my job. So I have it on good authority. I'm good at my job. But if I were one of the clinicians that she was looking through, she would look at a psychologist who has half of my training because I have a social work license and not a psychology license. And so that person would miss out on my wealth of expertise because I don't have the right initials after my name.
Pearl, did you want to comment, or shall we wait till the end of this section?
No, we can't. She took the words out of my mouth. We're good, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Use most
I got a
therapists
little
with most
heated
level
there.
of training. I still try to go for the best of the best. And I'll be fully honest, I never, ever, ever recommend clinical social workers. I pretty much never click them. Some people listening who are clinically trained social
Hang on. Let her speak, and then we'll respond.
workers might be upset by that. I apologize. I do not find that social workers are actually really well trained in individual efficacious treatment, and I tend to find their therapy styles underwhelming.
Question for you. Hang on. I have a question for the psychometrist, very quickly. Given your level of training, can you remind us what that is exactly again?
A PhD in measurement and quantitative methods.
Thank you very much. And would you consider yourself to be in a position, given your credentials, to make this judgment about social workers?
No.
Okay. Sorry. Beyond safe words, you were going to say something.
Thank you. I literally yelled about this on Poppy and Zena's stream not too long ago. First of all, that have you ever seen the TV series Poker Face?
No. Is it good?
It's very good. It's Rian Johnson's take on Columbo, basically. But
Okay,
Natasha Lyonne.
You knew exactly where to hit me. Continue, please.
I know. But basically, she's kind of a human bullshit detector. And whenever anybody lies, she'll sort of reflexively say bullshit. And so every time I hear this, my inner Charlie is just like, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Sorry. I know that that's bad for the algorithm. But this is a 20-year, 30-year out of date, and even then it wasn't accurate stereotype about social workers, and it is one that does real damage to my field. The clinical training that we get if you are on a clinical path. So the MSW program that I did had two paths. You could do the clinical path or the administrative macro level path. I was clinical. We learned that I had to specialize in two modalities. I did psychodynamic theory and dialectical behavioral therapy. The types of training that we get in terms of clinical interventions are exactly the same as those that you would learn in a psychology program. The difference in the social work education is we take a more holistic element to it, and elements of social justice are baked in. So part of my job is as much to do advocacy and to try to kind of remove barriers to access, as well as the clinical work. We also have to take courses in human development, psychosocial development, and other kind of macro level stuff so that we're able to contextualize our clients' experiences, not just as a checklist of symptoms, but as a whole person that is impacted by all of these other life circumstances. And not all social workers end up going the clinical route, and some do other types of client services. Does that make sense? So for her to say that we don't have the same amount of training is simply not true. I also heard her say somewhere that we don't get the same types of supervision or training or something like that, which is also not true. I had to do I did case recordings that my supervisor would have to listen to. And actually at the University of Toronto social work program and their MSW program, they do something that's very, very cool, where they have something that's called the OSCE, which is a simulation. I was actually a grader for it this last year, where they have actors come in to play clients, and there are like 2 different vignettes, and each person goes in and sits with an actor, and they simulate like the first 5 minutes of a therapy session. And there's a grader in the room who sits and like assesses their use of the clinical skills. And then at the end, the grader will give the student feedback. And then the actor who played the client will give feedback of what it was like to be their client. And that's a part of the requirements to graduate the program, is to go through the simulation. So I didn't have this in my program, but I was doing clinical work, almost out of the gate in my first year field placement. So for her to say that we don't have the same type of training, or that we don't have effective or sufficient training, is simply a lie, or grossly misinformed. Sorry, I had to cape for my profession there.
No,
when she said that, she was absolutely right. I stopped taking her seriously. She was correct.
The only thing that I would add to that, and it's kind of in relation to the question that you asked me, do I have the ability to make that call? So no, again, the answer is no. But also, let me just read directly from her program and her certificate.
Do we want to put this on the
program,
screen? Can you send that to me?
I think I did in the chat.
Oh, it's in the chat. Okay, give me one moment. Let me pull it up on the screen, okay? So I think I should be able to just...
And by the way, I'm speaking from the perspective of somebody who's worked both in the United States and Canada, so I'm speaking from both perspectives. Anyway, carry on.
All right, sorry, Pearl.
So the program is intended to offer professional preparation to provide skilled assessment services under the supervision of a registered psychologist. For example, as a psychological assistant, not psychometrician, not therapist, not professional recommender of things that you could have Googled for free, none of those things. Assistant. I just want to make that really clear.
Okay, and to speak to some people in the audience, I see Firechild and I see Reebok who are saying that they've had bad experiences with social workers. The issue here is not to say that social workers are categorically good at this kind of thing. The issue here is that she is categorically dismissing an entire type of therapist outside of her area of expertise. So it may indeed be the case. It's distinctly possible. Maybe there are more social workers who people have a negative experience with going through these types of services to find help with than with other types of practitioners. The issue here is that she's making a very cut and dry categorical statement. This entire type of person, don't bother. And she's not in a place to do so. That's actually sabotaging a whole lot of people's work, because there are people who've had a good experience with social workers, and not a slim enough minority of which where this is simply the case, that social workers are officially bad for this. That's inappropriate.
And unfortunately, a lot of social workers who do bad therapy do so as a result of vicarious trauma and burnout. Because the systems in which we come up, the systems in which we work, are designed to burn us out. And especially in community mental health, we tend to get treated like cogs in a machine, and we get ground into a pulp. And so it is not uncommon for social workers to have an experience like I've had, where
just to bring us back in. Sorry to cut you off very quickly, but just to bring us back in, that would stand as an explanation for why some of them are in a bad position to render that type of service after a certain point, just from the experience of doing certain kinds of social work that itself very traumatic. The issue here, the issue here is not that she's referencing potentially an actual problem. The issue here is that she's essentially anecdotally saying these are bad, apropos of nothing, with no evidence, on the basis of literally just her diploma and assessment and her brief stint doing addictions counseling
Yeah.
for a faith-based organization. That's reaching. That's the issue here. So I take your point. We can talk about that another time. But
I've had there are some amazing social workers who are clinicians,
Mhm.
and there are some horrific psychologists. Like, one of the worst therapists that I ever had was a clinical psychologist.
Yeah.
And I ended up having to go to therapy to undo the therapy
Well,
that I
actually,
did with that psychologist.
case in point, and this will come to the fore later. I'm going to insist we jump ahead after this. But once again, like, this works in both ways. Just as it's inappropriate to say a practitioner is undesirable or bad because they're in social work, simultaneously, just because someone is a psychologist PhD doesn't mean that they're going to be a good fit either. In fact, they may be very, very bad. You can't make that judgment based on that. So your point earlier about she's looking in the wrong place, completely accurate.
Yeah.
So that's my preference. Obviously, I'm making the video. If you disagree with me, disregard that. But then probably stop watching the video because
disagree.
you probably won't respect the rest of my opinions.
Okay, tell me to pause. I can't hear her speak if you don't tell me to pause.
With me?
Sorry.
Disregard
It's
that.
okay.
But then probably stop watching the video because you probably won't respect the rest of my opinions. So I tend to focus on psychologists first. Because so there's a lot of marriage family therapists. The reason I would not click this for this individual is because she's looking for workplace stuff. And this is going to be focused on really family dynamic relationship stuff.
If she's looking for workplace stuff, why doesn't she go through, like, don't most employees have like IEPs or going through people who have specific training in like workplace issues? I know that I was licensed out for like an EAP to help people with job performance. Also, just like with social workers, marriage and family therapists can also run the gamut. And they can also see a wide range of presentations. Again, it's not the base licensure you should be looking at, but the additional types of training in number of years in practice in the area of expertise.
But I would agree. I mean, I would at least tend to agree a little bit here that if someone's fronting marriage and family therapist, unless the issues specifically in some way pertain to familial or marital issues, I mean, like, once again, I'm a layperson, so I don't know, but I wouldn't click on those ones either for somebody who's not citing those things in particular as like relevant things that they need to address, you know?
Yeah.
Would that be a fair assessment on my part, or do you think that's incorrect?
Kind of, but then you also have people who have the training in MFT or who have that designation, but then do other therapy and then move on to do different types of clinical work or individual work. So even if somebody, and the marriage and family therapist, not all provinces, not all states have that designation. They're called different things in other places. So the base licensure can be very muddy because a lot of
that's a good point. So here, for example, so if I read appropriately Destiny Vega down here at the bottom, her description says, my passion is to work with BIPOC women and families surrounding issues involving disabilities, trauma, relationship struggles, blended families, and the military. Only 2 of these actually require you to be in an active relationship or to be dealing with familial issues for her to be dealing with this. Now, obviously, she might have like a specialization that relates family and marital issues to the aforementioned, but these are also going to be things that she is trained to address nonetheless. So that's, I take your point there, yeah.
Stuff. Anytime there's a family dynamic stuff, I will say, I almost click marriage and family therapists over like psychologists, because marriage and family therapists get all of their training on family unit problems. They're really quite good at what they do. However, obviously, they don't appeal to what the person
It's
helping
okay.
needs. So I'm going to kind of look
We know
through.
who the problem child
I'm
is.
look
It's
at
all
how
right.
many pages I've got. Licensed professional counselors.
The psychometrician said she was undisclosed age going on 12, whereas the social worker's undisclosed age going on 4, unless I've mixed them up. So that's explaining everything.
No, you got it right.
Yeah, that's fine.
They're going to be, for these needs, these are going to be kind of my alternative if I can't find people with PhDs or PsyDs. I would probably emphasize probably more of a master
In all seriousness, though, you've been wonderful tonight. You're very helpful.
of arts. She seems to want a more exploratory style and a bit of a softer style. You're going to get a lot more of that from somebody who trained in a Master of Arts than a Masters of Science necessarily. How many do
Okay,
we have?
pause. That isn't necessarily true. Again, you have no way of knowing this unless you're actually having a conversation or an introductory, exchange of some sort with the therapist. Just because somebody has a specific designation doesn't necessarily mean they have any specific or given style.
Have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's pretty good. Then I go right back to 1. And now I'm going to start being open to counselors. So what I'm going to do first is just vet against the psychologists. So probably what I'm going to do for this individual for price ranges, since I'm offering a service as well, as psychologists are going to be more expensive than like typically somebody who's just like a licensed therapist. So I'm probably going to send her 2 psychologists and then a licensed therapist as a third option in case she needs a little bit of a lower price. So we'll go through the psychologists.
That's also not how you designate whether or not somebody has a lower price. What you should be looking for is whether there are therapists that offer sliding scale fees. That's how you find a therapist with a lower price, not necessarily through their designation.
Yeah, she's picking out pricing based on designation alone. I think in addition to, there's something
which is not a
I don't know how
isn't accurate.
Yeah, I don't know how far I want to press her on this one because this is arguably ambiguous, but there seems to be kind of a shotgun approach to this where it's like she might need like a lower price, so I'm going to give her a lower price option based on their designation in addition to these other higher price ones. So even if the way in which she's determining the relative pricing of these different therapists is accurate, she seems to be giving them a selection that's very limited and fairly arbitrary, and also like it necessarily giving fewer options to somebody with less money, even if more options at that level are available. She insists on 2 psychologists, 1 therapist. That strikes me as odd.
Well, here's the thing: is what she could do instead is say, "What is your budget for therapy?" and then filter therapists by that rubric. Because in psychology today, you can see the range of how much each therapist charges. So that would make more sense than trying to base this on a credential. I know some clinical social workers that charge as much as some psychologists because of their expertise and because of their years in the field. So this is a very misguided way of giving somebody a lower priced option. The way you give somebody a lower priced option is you filter by price range. And you give somebody who charges X amount of money, and then you give somebody who charges lower or offers a sliding scale fee. So this way of filtering is utterly nonsensical.
Thank you, Firechild, for the US $20. Sad I missed most of the stream. Just got home about 30 minutes ago. You were really amazing for this. Thank you very much. You're referring to my guests, of course. I am contributing very little to this conversation.
We have. So what you really want to focus on is their specialties. Depending on
here we go.
the psychologist, there's this tricky thing where a lot of therapists will list basically every problem under the sun because they're looking for tags and to just be found in psychology today, right? They're kind of algorithm playing. But that can be really confusing because some people might look at issues, and if it's like 2 bullet lists that are just like down to the bottom of the earth, that can be really, really confusing, right? So luckily, actually, the psychologist is not doing that. That means that everything she's listing here as her specialty is probably actually like things that she works on. So what do we have? Relationship, mood disorder, anxiety. Okay, so anxiety is good. We have social anxiety that we're looking for. And then I start basically reading what they say. And then obviously if there's special needs, so for example, if this was an LGBTQ person, I'm always looking for this. However, this isn't enough because almost every therapist has these communities listed. I also look for some sort of write-up in here that might specifically list LGBTQ or, again, different kind of visible or invisible minority groups that have kind of special...
Okay, I'm going to cut you off right there. So here's my immediate problem with this, okay? So, for instance... one of the things that Kyla, and this is where the issue with her blending her online drama materials and her political stuff and her mental health involvement, this is where this starts to come to the fore. So, well, what looks very conscientious here is that, oh, look, she's looking for specifically who is LGBTQ friendly, etc., etc. Is Kyla LGBTQ friendly? So on her Twitter, she will say things to the effect of like, neopronouns, stuff like that. This is silly, unimportant. She will mock people who treat these things as important, people who are passionately advocating in favor of people with complex arguments about them, things of that sort. Is that going to inflect how she reads these things? And you can go on down the list. This is a person who refers to people that she has arguments with online as retarded children. Is that going to inflect how she selects things on, like when she's viewing these kinds of things? Like, once again, I actually like what she's doing here because it's reflective of what you both were talking about, of where we're actually honing down a little bit on the things that this person specializes in. However, what she's selling us here then is her specific judgment, picking out these different things. And I don't see anything to commend her specific judgment, which once again is the major problem here. Nobody doubts that Kyla can read. That's not the problem. The problem is that what she's selling, given that this is a system that is specifically designed for laypersons to be able to locate a therapist, is her specialized training. And her specialized training is not of a kind that allows her, that gives her any special authority when it comes to picking out this therapist versus this therapist, or this therapist versus this psychologist, or what have you. And more to the point, she herself has attitudes towards a lot of these things that if someone might want those to be disclosed to them, but they aren't disclosed to them because these only manifest in her activities on things like Red Pill podcasts, arguing with people like Doe, or people with minority gender identities and things like that. And that's a problem. It's a problem in a similar sense as when she says, my clinical experience is a citation for her being able to judge between these things as well. She is mum about the fact that, well, a lot of that clinical experience was sending people to church. Right? So, yeah.
Well, her lack of understanding also means that she is missing out or not seeing the number of referral lists and referral networks that are specific to LGBTQ people. Do you, if you scroll up in the chat, do you remember the Mickey Atkins video that I had linked to you on how to find a therapist? So Mickey Atkins is, I think, one of the more ethical therapists on YouTube, who's also a therapist. So
These things are
pause the video, but if you go in her video description and look under finding a therapist in suicide prevention, notice all of those different resources and notice all of the different referral lists, some of which are specific to LGBTQ folks. There's even one that's specific to BIPOC folks. This is not something that she charges for. This is just something that she puts in the description of all of her videos. And to me, that shows a better demonstration of expertise, because it shows that this is somebody who has their ear to the ground of, what these, what referral sources work best for any given community or any given specific need beyond just psychology today. So if I were paying $50 for this service, I would expect somebody to go farther than just psychology today to find a clinician. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I would expect somebody to know what some of these specialized referral lists are and look at them too.
Yeah.
Cultural needs. So what's interesting about her is that she's got specifically lesbian allied. I almost never see that. Usually it's just LGBTQ allied. So probably she's actually a little bit more specialized into LGBTQ populations.
Or, you know what I don't see here? LGBTQ anywhere. So
Yep.
maybe this is somebody like lesbian allied, gay allied, bisexual allied, maybe not trans allied, right? That's a possibility. Things
And
like
also,
that. Yeah,
there's a difference between allied and informed.
that's true.
Just because somebody is an ally doesn't mean they're informed. So, for example, somebody may be like, I am cool with LGBTQ people, versus somebody like me, not to toot my own horn, but for 2 years, I worked at an LGBTQ community health center where I wrote letters for gender confirmation surgeries. So, and I have taken training specifically to working with LGBTQ and particularly trans and non-binary clients as part of continuing education. So that's very different than somebody who is just cool with working with gay, lesbian, and bi people. You know what I mean?
Very quickly, before we press on, and does anybody need to go to the washroom? Because we can take a 2-minute break. And then this will go much more rapidly once we're finished the video, and we're already at the last 10 minutes. So it won't be that long.
Thank you for indulging my occasional tangents.
No, not at all. It's very helpful. So very quickly, I see a chat that I would like to respond to very quickly. Y'all are enabling Sunday psychosis. Shame on all of you.
What?
Well, actually, we are joined today, Brian, by a PhD psychometrician, an actual psychometrician, not somebody calling herself one because she had a special project at the end of high school, at the end of her bachelor's degree, and a social worker PhD candidate with how much clinical experience? Remind me again.
Almost a decade.
Right. So, their psychosis, just to be clear, is who you're indulging. Let's take a couple minutes, and I will be right back. How are we all doing? It's been about 2 hours. Pearl, you still with us?
Oh yeah, I'm
Fantastic.
just staying in my lane because
No, it's
this
totally
is-
fine. So
Yeah.
Pearl is the psychometrician here, and she is basically the law because she is telling us from the vantage point of someone in Kyla's field, but who vastly outranks her, what Kyla can and can't say from perspective, and it's been tremendously helpful. So let's take a minute break, grab a drink, go to the washroom. We'll be right back very, very shortly.
All right.
All right. No, we're going no monkey song today, chat. We're going fast. We have guests. They're not wasting their time with the monkey song, even though really Is there anything better to do with your time than the monkey song? They have no idea what I'm talking about, but that's fine. Let me know when both of you are back, okay? And we will crack on.
I'm back.
Psychometrician is overachieving as always.
That's how I roll.
I'm back.
Hey, Sam. All right. You ready to press on?
All right, let's do this.
All right. Excelsior. On we go.
All right. So then I read it. Therapy is the most important gift to give yourself, and I encourage you to choose a therapist who is a good match for your needs based. Okay? Already educating, not selling a treatment. Already, I like Karen. Especially in the treatment of anxiety, depression, relationship problems, and work-related stress. Perfect. Okay, work-related stress is also ideal for what we're looking for. I'm in a network for a blah, blah, blah. So my approach to treatment is primarily present-focused. So present focus is going to be very here and now. It's going to be focused on the dynamic between you two and the feelings you're having.
Hey, present focused is here and now. Do we agree with her interpretation? Specialist, this is what you're here for.
So that sort of is one of those fluff languages. Like, I think she meant person focused and misspelled it.
Well, no, she mentions temporal stuff. So it says here, my approach to treatment is primarily present focused because I believe that unresolved issues from our past end up repeating themselves in our current relationship. So she means temporal. That's fine.
Okay. So
I'm just making fun of the fact that it's like, okay, present means here and now.
Honestly, you can't make those judgments unless you actually like talk to the therapist or like have an introductory call or email with them.
Yeah.
You know, the same. It's like these are kind of like dating profiles in a way, but you know, it's sort of the same thing that it's trying to get a hook to give a sense of who you are and what you do, but until you actually reach out, you're not really going to know about their style. Also, and I learned this from experience, that there are group practices that will all, where individual therapists will post shingles there. Yeah. And there is some, editorial, not entirely editorial control, but like,
yeah, I see what you mean.
A group practice may kind of inform what kind of language they will want their therapists to put on Psychology Today.
Well, one of the things that she brought up, which is good, and I actually appreciated this, is she drew attention to the fact that a lot of therapists or a lot of people on this will just pile on specialties and issues in order to attract as many customers as possible. Yes. Has it not occurred to her that this might also affect their blurb on their about page and other things like that? And this is one of the reasons why, like, while you can use a resource like Psychology Today and it can be helpful, once again, what she's selling is not the service on Psychology Today, which is free. It's not inputting stuff that they already have prompts for. It really is her expertise. And we're seeing the gaps already. Just very quickly. Insomnoir, thank you so much for the US $5. Just throwing a coin to my streamer for bringing in the experts and because I'm an MSW student. Oh, I didn't know about you. Cool.
MSW per gang. We need more good clinicians.
And very quickly, again, before we continue, I have seen some people in the chat referencing Kyle's association with DGG. I do want to make this very clear. The bare fact that somebody associates with Destiny or with DGG does not have any bearing on whether or not they are responsible as a clinician or whether or not they are responsible even as a content creator or things like that. The issue here primarily, once again, is the blending of these two things, the fudging of credentials, and the misleading statements about her field, about other fields, not hers, and as well as the attempt to commodify an expertise that she hasn't justified by means of these things. It's the blending of these together that is really at issue here.
And for clinicians, having these types of messy relationships or dual relationships or dual roles are things that we take very, very seriously. Like, again, knowing what your scope of practice is and staying in your scope of practice is very important for any kind of ethical psychological work. Even if you're never going to get written up on a licensing board, the reason why I practice ethically isn't for fear of losing my license, although I do like my license and my job and want to keep it. It's because when these boundaries blur, because of the power that I have
Well,
and
presumably
the authority,
you care about the people you're working for. You don't want them to
I
get
don't want
hurt.
to
You want
cause
them
harm.
to be, yeah.
Exactly. So these ethical considerations are still important, regardless of whether it's a sanctionable offense. It's more I worry when I see somebody use their perceived authority unethically, because I worry that people could be harmed or people could be turned away from a professional who has the type of experience they need to do the work that is necessary for wherever they are in their therapeutic journey.
Having in that moment. I believe that unresolved issues from her past end up repeating themselves in her current relationships. So she probably does a fair bit of what we call emotional rational behavior therapy, or some sort of emotional cognitive type therapy based on her language. How do I know that? I'm just really, really familiar with the models of therapy, except for I'm not as familiar with some of the posts.
Again, this is very clear that this is outside of her scope of practice.
Yeah.
She has not established how familiar she is with this. So again, I have been in the field since, actually, no, it's been 10 years, since 2012. And I would not have gleaned that based on this bio, and I have done trainings in all of these modalities. This is somebody who is talking about her philosophy and how she works with clients, not necessarily what types of theoretical frameworks are underpinning it. I think there's actually research done, it's been many years since I've read this study, but that experienced therapists, no matter where they start from, even those who start from like a very structured cognitive behavioral approach to a more psychodynamic kind of sounding board kind of approach, master therapists all tend on the surface to sort of look the same, or sort of not so much look the same, but there are certain types of relationship building and cadence that a lot of master therapists will share, regardless of where they started. And that's because over time you sort of learn how to hone these interpersonal connections and interpersonal skills, and the theory and the structure is still sort of running in the background, but the front facing will still all look very similar, because there are just certain ways of establishing a rapport with a client that is sort of
It's going to be in common.
baseline to all of these different modalities. Does that make sense?
That made a lot of sense. I think a shorter way of putting this is basically that at a surface level, Kyla is going to be approaching this with the level of expertise of, bluntly, a 4-year bachelor's degree student in psychology. She doesn't have the practical experience to be able to distinguish between these different modes of therapy. She has not administered them. She is not a therapist. She is not a psychologist. She has a BA in psychology, or a BSc. I actually can't remember which one. I think it might be a BA. But she has a bachelor's in psychology, and she has a graduate diploma, a 6-course certificate in assessment. She does not have experience dealing with these things. That is simply untrue. So so for her to make these judgments is beyond her level. We need to press on because we're running out of time. But what were you going to say?
ASDSS says that therapists are varied in their rapport building. That's true. Yes. What I mean is that
never read chat. That's always a mistake.
It's more that, like, you're not going to see the technique as a clinician. You're going to sort of see the rapport building.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that clarifies.
Yes.
A couple of the newer postmodern therapy models. Together, we will explore the ways that your thoughts, feelings, and actions affect your mood and the way you experience the feelings. So this here, thoughts, feelings, and actions affect your mood, tells me that she probably uses a bit of a cognitive behavioral lens as well. So she's present focused and cognitive behavioral. And she specializes in work-related stress.
I don't like. I'm gonna pause for a quick second. That's a leap to me. Together we will explore the ways that your thoughts, feelings, and actions affect your mood. That
can be any number of
Yeah.
clinical modalities. That could be CBT, that could be DBT. Heck, that can be internal family system.
that could be Scientology. Let's press on.
And anxiety. Because she's got these two specialties, and she's present focus, which means she's going to do a lot of listening to the words you're saying and kind of basically trying to turn like
Pause.
the chaos of what you're saying into
Yes.
That's just therapy. We all do that. Sorry, continue.
Okay. No more pausing until we get to complex needs. All right.
things that make sense and then
I'm muting
reflecting that.
myself.
I
No,
think
don't
that
mute
she'd
yourself.
actually
It's
be a
okay.
really good fit for the person I'm finding for. So I'm going to copy her and I'm going to pop her. Yeah, she's a little bit less expensive right here. Okay. All right.
All
Client
right.
one done. So you're probably wondering, what would we do now? Let me explain that to you. I'm going to do a second example. This second example, I'm going to move through much more quickly. I'm going to skip a number of steps that you've already seen from example one. The reason I'm using this is because they're a much more complex case with more complex needs and more severe mental health problems.
Okay, here we go.
So I want to include this in case you're somebody where you're like, mine's a little bit more than life transitions. So this one's for you. All right, so I've got both of the cities already pulled up. As you can see, I got two specific cities, so I've pulled up both of them here, and I've already inputted the insurance information. So here's basically what I'm going to be focusing on for this. Because there are pretty severe things like suicidal ideations, right? We've got things like binge eating, might be neurodivergence going on. I'm going to be looking for somebody who's going to be a lot more specialized in training. I'm probably going to send them 4 recommendations. The first one is going to be somebody who can help them do a diagnosis process if that's what they want, to help them figure out like if there is neurodivergence going on. And then the other 3 are going to be focused on the binge eating and the suicidal ideation and kind of the depression that it seems like is going on.
Okay, so here's an immediate problem that I'm seeing as a layperson. She has identified complex issues that this person has, but she's also identified that some of these people may be financially limited. They may be vulnerable. They may be highly limited in terms of the kinds of people they can see, the distances they're willing to go, etc., etc. But she's partitioned all of these as if, well, I'm going to send them one for this problem, one for this problem, one for this problem, and one for this problem. If you're paying $50 for Kyla in particular to do this search for you, you don't have the money for multiple specialists. That's kind of the bizarre thing about Kyla's fee. It's low enough that should be a red flag right off the bat, that she is not providing you a specialized service. This is a number she pulled out of a hat. On the flip side, well, I don't need to explain the flip side. Like that's basically it.
Yeah.
On the flip side, it's enough money that it's like it's
Yeah, I
tailored
got a
specifically
comment
to.
here.
Yeah, please.
Go for it. Take the floor.
So again, she has assessed these complex needs in her Word document when she claims that she has the ability to make assessments. So she's charging, again, why isn't she administering one of these assessments that she claims to be capable of making and using
True.
a battery of items rather than using a Word document that, had she been paying attention in any of the courses, my favorite one that's required that she had to take is the ethics and practice, which I don't think that I don't know, I'm not going to assume about anything about that, but I digress. I am just wondering why you claim that you have the ability to make assessments. If this is the example of one of your assessments, then I don't really even want to be involved in this argument by calling her anything close to what my degree is, because this is ridiculous and insulting. But why isn't she doing the assessments that she claims she can do? Why is she doing this? interesting to me.
The other thing is, again, the reason why most referral services give 2 or 3 names is because of availability. The one thing that she doesn't check is whether these people are taking clients, what their schedule is, what their
Well,
availability
I don't
is,
want
or
to
any of
I don't
that.
want to assume that yet, because maybe she does and she hasn't shown it
But
yet.
she already did one, and that wasn't
That's true.
listed as part
That's
of the
true.
process.
No, you're right, and she's actually doing this again, but minimizing it.
She
That's
already
fair.
said we're done with one, which means that's not part of
All
the
right. So
part
in
of
the
the
interest,
deal.
all right. So let's, in the interest of absolute fairness, so that we are unimpeachable in our analysis here. Let's assume that it's possible for her to bring it up in the future, and she left that part out of the video editing here. Let's see. If it comes up, great. If it doesn't,
Anxiety, depression stuff. I'm going to be looking for a psychologist and above. They had better experiences with women than men, but they haven't said exclusively not men. And because I'm looking for higher level of training, I want to keep it a little bit more open to all genders. So I'm not going to limit it by genders. I'm going to jump forward to when I've actually found some psychologists and throw them up, and then we'll go through them. Okay. So I found this website. This is from, this is a company that was listed on Psychology Today. They do specialize in psychological testing. They use a pretty big battery. I don't know exactly what it is. So for this individual, I would ask if they have any specialized training in diagnosis of neurodivergence like ADHD or
Pause.
autism.
I would ask the same of her. That's all. Thank you.
you said it again. Just a heads up, Pearl, your mic is
Yeah.
getting a little bit fuzzy. I don't know if you've like leaned back a little bit.
Oh. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay.
What would you ask? What would you ask the same of Kyla?
Now I already, what is her, so she's talking about this battery, and
Yes.
then she said, I would ask this person what their background is in assessment and diagnosing these things. And my comment was, I would ask the same of her.
This is what's frustrating me a lot. Like, and there's a lot of fast and loose playing with the fact that she hasn't said the word diagnosis with respect to the activities that she's engaging in. But when you are assessing a patient's needs and you are making determinations about what kind of specialist is appropriate to them, you are engaging in the domain of the diagnostic. You are not providing a diagnosis, but you are diagnosing them yourself. You're deciding at some point of the process what kind of specialist is most appropriate to them, as opposed to some other one, and then given a plethora of specialists within the same domain, which one is better than which one. And the problem is that because these are public services that anybody can access, that already rank them according to the same criteria that she is using to differentiate them, the only thing that she is actually selling is her expertise. And the problem is that her expertise is not actually in any of these activities that she's engaging in to identify the better from the worst practitioner for a specific patient.
Correct. 100%.
But it would still be helpful to go in potentially to get tested by them for figuring out mood disorder stuff at least. And probably if they're offering this, they probably do neurodivergence as well. Most people who do psychological evaluation do kind of all of it. All right, so this is going to be the first option I use for this person.
Okay, so here we go. So here's a question for you, for both of you. So ASD assesses, no, you're not absolutely correct, Sunday. Level of care can be different than diagnosis.
That's true.
I would agree with that. I think that's true. Well, I mean, my answer to that would be that obviously determining the appropriate level of care can be separate from diagnosis. However, when you diagnose somebody, a part of that is also determining what type of interventions are specifically necessary, and that will typically be referring to some specialized practitioner. And this is in all sorts of different fields that will have a different specialization than yourself. Obviously, that's the defense being given of Kyla here. However, you would still be expected to have a certain level of specialization in identifying these from each other. And I see nothing in Kyla's background to suggest that she can do so. And what we've seen here is really sloppy so far.
Yeah.
She's not as unsophisticated as like if some ADHD denying like religious fundamentalists were trying to do this service, but she's not as good as she needs to be either. And once again, the title she is ascribing to herself, she is using to generate confidence in the people who are using her service. That's a problem.
Yeah. Like I said, this would be the equivalent of me talking with a client who wants to look to find a psychiatrist for antidepressants to to help them figure out what medication might work best for them so they could tell their psychiatrist. I am not a psychiatrist, so even though I am not physically writing a prescription, I am still behaving unethically because I am speaking to something that sounds that's adjacent to my field, but still not something I'm technically qualified to do. And so this would be the equivalent of me saying, like, it seems like for your needs, Paxil is probably better than Celexa, so make sure that you tell that when you're going to a psychiatrist, or this psychiatrist is likely to prescribe you that. And I'd say, but, technically I'm not prescribing anything, so it's fine, right? Like, no, it's not.
I want to pull up something very quickly. Yeah, I want to pull up something very quickly before we press on. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Actually, perfect. I didn't realize I just had this to hand. So this is what I mean. So when she's earlier on, she was talking about how she would pick out between like LGBTQ friendly people, what have you, and she was using once again her judgment to assess these. This is her simultaneous to this on Twitter. Uh-oh, the time has risen again, where the left argues for xenogenders and every grass toucher that exists rolls their eyes and changes the channel. Or, how about this one? Xenogenders distract from more important trans advocacy talking points. Start your own movement, stolen valor.
What the actual hell? So
here's the thing. Even if, and it's perfectly reasonable for a psychologist with a PhD, the top ranked one possible, it is perfectly reasonable for them to be of the opinion that there is something absurd or wanting in a justification for using neopronouns or things like that. I would have issues with them, but there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. There is, however, something pretty wrong about trying to sell your judgment with respect to advocacy or friendliness to different minority groups on the part of therapists with which you have no immediate contact, on the basis of expertise which you have puffed up to a lay audience that you have not disclosed this to, when you are also publicly contemptful of groups of people or groups of people associated with groups of people that may actually make up some of your clientele. That becomes a very serious problem. What I was actually looking for, though, very quickly, in fact, I think I have it in my stills for the video I did recently. Bear with me one second, friends. I think it's here. Yes, I think it's here. Okay. Yes, this is it. So once again, let me zoom this in a little bit.
Oh, this is the thing that made me want to throw things the first time I saw it.
Yeah. So she's charging $50. That part's the part that doesn't offend me, okay? That's like, okay. It does offend me for different reasons, but this is the part that really bugs me. So what we've seen her do is we've seen her input a bunch of information, basically word for word, that a client was already capable of producing themselves, was already capable of inputting themselves into an identical, actually a less clear, as our psychometrician friend has pointed out, into a less clear set of articles. She then says this: navigating all the letters, profession designations, and treatment modalities is confusing. Let me help you. And she's using very specific language. Profession designations, treatment modalities. A lay person is not going to reflexively know what these mean. That's going to be intimidating. So she's taking a system that is designed specifically to make finding a therapist as legible as possible for a layperson. Maybe it's flawed, maybe it's problematic, but that's what it's for. And she is deliberately trying to intimidate people from using it themselves in order to extract a $50 fee from them. That is unforgivable.
Yeah, because she very clearly doesn't understand any of this. Remind me at some point, that's not now because it's a very different conversation,
Yes.
to give you my philosophy on xenogenders and hermeneutical injustice. Again, it's completely tangential to this, but
we are joined. Imps, welcome.
Hello, Imps.
Welcome to Aurelia, where
Hi, welcome to the fun party.
Dead Cthulhu
Psycho
sleep
party.
streaming, indeed.
We are We are doing the psychology professional equivalent of professionally trying not to foam at the mouth over.
We are joined by a professional PhD candidate sociopath and a PhD psychopomp.
Exactly.
What? Excuse me?
Just playing on it. I can't think of anything else that begins with socio. You're not a sociologist. God, we could bring in Vosh and say we had a sociologist.
Or not.
Or not.
The conversation would turn to horses. It would be very bad.
You got a problem with horses?
Never mind.
This bias might be inflecting your analysis here, I think. Okay, let's go. We're getting dumb. Or I'm getting dumb, rather.
Yeah. You should probably let the imps know who we are.
Yes,
than just
imps.
What our designation is.
Welcome. So, we are going over notsoErudite's video, How to Find a Therapist. And we are joined by a social worker who's a PhD candidate.
Sam, aka Beyond Safe Words. You've probably seen me and Demon Mama's chat on occasion.
Who is that one? I was pointing at that one. This one is Pearl, who is a PhD psychometrician.
Yes, that's correct.
And also an imp.
And an imp. And I newly into the cybersecurity world. Good times. Don't mess with me. I'm just kidding.
All right.
I'm harmless.
We have 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes of this. Let's press on. Ready?
All right.
All right.
Jennifer Sharples is one that I'm going to select as well. It's a woman, so that's the preferred gender. She does a mixture. So the mixture of depression with addiction with the binge eating. Binge eating isn't technically an addiction. It's considered an eating disorder. However, it has a lot of addictive patterns. And so this might actually be a good combination. And she does a mixture of both kind of practical
binge eating is a symptom. An addiction would be a diagnosis.
Short-term stuff with also a bit more.
Am I off base there? I'm pretty confident about that. Am I correct?
Yeah. There are the addictions model in the clinical world is there be discourse with a capital D about evidence-based addictions models and whether eating disorders fall into the addiction model. It's a discourse. It's a lot of discourse.
There's debate. Like that. Okay.
More of like a guided narrative approach as well. She's psychodynamic and cognitive approach. So she does a little bit of both. She also does psych testing as well, which would.
Sometimes when people put psychodynamic down, it just means that they're a little bit less directive in their approach. It's not always what it means, but sometimes people will just default to psychodynamic when they don't know how else to put and how does that make you feel form of therapy.
Right. So once again, like the issue here is that she is demonstrating once again her expertise in parsing this out, but she's not parsing this out. She's essentially reading this as a layperson and taking them at their word, which is
yes.
Yeah. So once
Without
again,
reaching out to them or anything.
Yes. Which again, like the fact that she's specifically emphasizing this as the determining factor, it's like look at the bottom here. Call or email Jennifer Sharples for a free 15-minute consultation now. If she has patients that are actually like worried or like find this thing stressful, she could do that. But at no point in this video has she actually like done that. Has she actually called them, hey, I'd like to
Yeah.
have a quick chat about what you do. Are you good at this? Da 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 da. Moreover, once again, she is not in a position, by dint of any of her training, to have that phone call and have better judgment than just any client categorically. Maybe more so than some. Maybe there are some who would have like a severe amount of difficulty, like just parsing out the sentences here. But once again, like her role in this is completely superfluous, and the only reason why the only thing that I can see that justifies her being here is, again, the intimidation factor of this is so confusing. Treatment modalities are confusing. Let me help you for $50
She doesn't even know what they are, and she has demonstrated an ignorance of modalities and licensure.
Would be really valuable because there's a lot of complex comorbid issues that the client doesn't really know what's going on. So this is going to be the next choice. Okay,
See what I
give this
mean,
website
Sunday,
that's
in terms of, oh, sorry, stop. See what I mean in
She's
terms
learning.
of just like putting
Sorry, go on.
a choice. Yeah. I get there eventually. I put the fun in executive dysfunction. But you see what I mean in terms of here is a choice without checking availability, whether they're taking clients.
She's not
any of
checked.
that.
You're right. She hasn't yet. I'm being agnostic. Maybe at the very last end she goes, "Oh shoot," and I check availability. Okay.
Like,
Maybe.
I'm not holding my breath.
Maybe there is a God. Let's see.
specifically Joanne.
Side note, in terms of CBT, as a somebody who is kinky and works with kinky clients and is researching a BDSM related topic, it took me many, many years to not be able to hear CBT as the acronym in therapy and not chuckle, except now I hear CBT in a kinky context and I'm like, why do you fetishize cognitive behavioral therapy? Anyway, tangent is funny. Never mind.
I just wanted to do that. That did not mean anything. That was not a joke. I'm sorry. I just pressed a button.
No, it was appropriate.
She does psych testing as well. I don't love her style as much, but there's a lot of fluff. So I'm not even totally sure precisely her style. Her training's pretty good. I typically prefer a PhD always over a PsyD. But she is trained in psychological assessment, so that's good. So I've got 3. With this client, I'm actually going to message them and let them know. I would actually look outside of these 2 cities. There's a pretty limited number of professionals. I'd like to get a 4th to this individual. I won't include that in the video, but basically, with the complex mixture of binge eating, substance abuse, suicidal ideation, and possible neurodivergence, you really shouldn't be considering anyone who's less than a psychologist, like somebody with a PsyD or a PhD. Because they're just going to have a little bit more rigor and training, and they're also more likely going to have access to other experts, so that even if they can't help you, they might be able to recommend you to somebody who's highly trained. Whereas if you're trained in more like general masters of counseling or general like a master's in like a PsyD type program, you might not have all of those like kind of highest level professional connections to recommend to. So typically with this individual, I'd say contact these people and then also let them know what's going on and see if they would have any recommendations of people who might have more of this niche mixture of addiction, binge eating, and neurodivergence.
Okay, so here's my immediate question. Sorry to cut you off there. If that's an option that's available to them, and indeed it is, all of those people or a lot of them offer free 15-minute consultations. For what do they need her? What role is she playing here? They can get the same referral from somebody else.
I would expect if she's getting paid that she should be doing that legwork for them. Otherwise, what are they doing?
And here's the thing, like
that's
yeah. Once again, and this is like where the fee in particular, the $50 fee, formerly $40 fee, really like stands out as odd, because it's low enough that it's clearly not $50 for actual specialized training. She would be charging more and she would be doing legwork. But by the same token, it is enough that if you have a patient who is dealing with issues affecting work, affecting relationships, affecting energy levels, list goes on. Maybe they're suicidal, whatever. That $50, that may actually have a serious impact on their quality of life or the kinds of treatment that they are willing to spend money on, because that $50 may actually be the threshold point. Now that person who is charging $300 an hour, well, that $300 an hour for that 1 hour that you were willing to get, that's now $350. And maybe somebody else for a free 15-minute consultation, they would have just sent you there. All right.
Together.
I cut you off. You were about to speak. Sorry.
No, that's it. Keep going.
Okay.
Because they're going to have good
Everything that pause. Everything that I have to say is just a repeat of the complaints that I had earlier in the video, because she's just kind of making the same mistakes over and over again.
Well, we're in the last section, so let's let this wrap up, and then I want to actually have our psychometrician friend Pearl assess her justification for calling herself a psychometrician. Alice Payne, thank you for the $2. Heads up, I don't think the Discord link works. Yeah, I know. I'll update it later.
Okay, so next I'm going to show you basically what you need to do to be writing your email and contacting the 3 people that either I pick out for you or that you find for yourself. Obviously, if you're doing it for yourself, you can find as many as you would like. So what you're going to do is you're going to email me. I'm not going to click it because I don't want to send this person an email, but you're going to click that. If they don't have an email me, go to their website and find the contact section. There should be some way to contact this individual. They do want to get hired, so presumably they make contacting them semi-easy. Pro tip, always ask to chat with them on the phone first. Almost every therapist will do this. They'll usually give you 5 to 10 minutes. Sometimes they'll give you 15. The whole goal of that conversation, ask them questions, a little bit about their style, tell them a little bit more about like your needs and what you're struggling with. And the goal is to actually try to, don't just blab, don't just trauma dump for 10 minutes. Try to listen to what they're saying and see if your guys' social style clicks, right? You can often tell a lot about somebody and how well you're going to connect by just a phone call. You're going to hear their voice. You're going to see if the conversation...
What she's identified here, just to stop it again, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't be doing this, but what she's identified right here is precisely why, even if she is actually engaging in these phone calls for somebody else, she's actually not competent to do so. She cannot make those judgments for a client. That's not something she can do. And since a client will be interfacing with the therapist or with the psychologist or whoever at some point anyways, you can't do that vicariously. At a certain point, they will nonetheless be speaking. And so for her to step in and do this anyways is providing them with no help whatsoever. It's literally doing absolutely nothing. Because again, all she's going to be able to do, because she's communicating with these people over text, maybe even over the phone, but she's going to be basing this on recollection, on her own interpretation, a very layperson's interpretation, by the sounds of it, of sentences of inputs that they made that Psychology Today already requests in their menu system. So
yep.
Yeah. Pearl, just so I hear your voice again, very, very quickly. And I'm going to do this just a couple more times, I promise, but remind us again of your credentials.
I have a PhD in measurement and quantitative methods, aka I'm a psychometrician.
Okay.
From the third-ranked college in the country. It's fine.
Do you is this something that you are specially qualified to do?
Nope.
Okay, just making sure. Let's press on.
Flows really smoothly if you feel kind of seen and supported, or if it's really awkward, it feels like they're not really getting you and just your communication styles don't work. That's the whole goal of it. I highly recommend doing this. Not everyone does, but I highly, highly recommend doing it. Some might respond to you and say that they won't do this. So you can either opt to not work with that person because you want to vet. And remember, this is free. So now you can freely vet, or you can just go in for your first session. Just know that if you don't click that first session, you will be paying like the full amount. And so it can be really annoying to have to try like 3 to 4 different therapists, paid before you find somebody that you socially click with. This is why I really recommend the phone calls, is it's a free way to vet. Okay. Send this email, a version of this email, to every single therapist that I've sent you. You don't need to change that much. You don't need to personalize it. You can, but just fire this off. You got 3 people done and you're done. That's all you do. And then you wait. It often will take up to a week for people to get back to you. If they don't get back to you, kind of just move on with your life. Either look for more therapists if nobody's gotten back to you. If you're using my service, if all 3 never get back to you, you can let me know. and I'll just find you 3 new therapists.
So here's what she has done. This is her contribution to the process of allocating a therapist for a client. She recreates the drop-down menu from Psychology Today, has you answer it, she inputs it herself, and then just makes a layperson's reading of it. Oh, this corresponds to this thing that was written down, this corresponds to this thing that was written down, and this corresponds to this thing that was written down. Oh, frabjous day, Kalu Calais, I'm going to put this person on the list and recommend them. And that's basically it.
Yep.
Yes, I do. Sorry, what were we going to say?
Like I said, everything that I've had to say, I feel like I've already said like 20 times over the course of this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, Blackbean Burger here makes a good point. She's not actually advocating for the client. She's instructing them what to do. She's invalidating them. And more to the point, she's not actually instructing them in a way that clarifies the process. She is literally just putting their inputs into a publicly accessible search engine for laypersons for them. And she is reading this as a layperson and presenting it as she has expertise. But she really doesn't, and she's demonstrated it multiple times here. She doesn't know how to parse out different things. She has
And she's
herself
doing it wrong.
She has herself, like, demonstratedly has prejudicial attitudes towards potential clients, or at the very least is willing to express those in connection with the persona offering the service, which should like make you immediately highly suspicious of her judgment when it comes to picking out these things. Because that's like a basic lack of professionalism and a basic aloofness to what it means to attempt to advocate for a patient for money who you have a potential prejudice against, or a prejudice against categories in which they slot, right? Because we're dealing, like,
Correct.
we're talking about xenogenders. A lot of people find xenogenders funny. Sometimes they are. Snail-gendered people, it's a funny word. But this is in the ballpark of, for example, people with penises and testes who identify as women. These are people who want pronouns that are distinct from the norm as allocated by society according to their physical designations at birth, and so on and so forth. It is the exact same move that she is making. You don't want somebody with that reflexive attitude who doesn't understand the connection between these things advocating for somebody who is dealing with issues of, for example, dysphoria or things like that.
Yeah. And when you see something like that, the ethical clinical approach is to get curious and to be non-judgmental about things and understand how the client makes meaning of gender, because in my experience, xenogenders are a way of people trying to find language to describe some aspect of themselves or their inner world. And if you take the approach that notsoErudite did, you are cutting off the ability to gather that information. And so if that's her approach, I
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
it's
Yeah, it's bad.
not good. It's not
Very,
good.
very quickly, I want to address this before we continue, because we're basically at the end of this, and then we can move on to what may be the most interesting part of this for some people. Contrast editing in the chat has been requesting multiple times, would any of these lovely ladies be willing to talk to NSC themselves?
No.
I will. So I've got 3 answers to that. The first is I will not entertain that on my channel. Kyla will also refuse to entertain that on my channel. These are both wise and good decisions on both our parts. And moreover, it would actually not help to have her yelling against other specialists in a medium before non-specialists, where the metric for who wins and who loses is who manages to sound more convincing to a lay audience. That's preposterous. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you're basically saying have them arm wrestle. That's silly.
It would be about as
That would
informative
be
as
very-
a flat Earth debate.
Yeah.
I also don't believe that the conversation would be had in good faith, and so I just
Correct.
wouldn't entertain it for that reason alone.
Very
That's a more eloquent way of saying it.
All right. Final stretch. Wrapping up.
But it's happened, so I'm not going to leave you hanging. Okay.
Here, hang on. Let's be nice. What you're not going to leave us hanging with.
Therapist contact. That would be very strange, but it's happened, so
Here, let's go back a little bit. Let's go to 26 minutes. Let's see what happens.
You got 3 people done and you're done. That's all you do. And then you wait. And often will take up to a week for people to get back to you. If they don't get back to you, kind of just move on with your life. Either look for more therapists if nobody's gotten back to you. If you're using my service, if all 3 never get back to you, you can let me know and I'll just find you 3 new therapists to contact.
Brian, you're dumb. I'm sorry. So Brian here says, true, just do a smear stream and that's it. That's one way for the public to determine what the fuck is going on. Cowards, all of you. Well, that's preposterous. That's absolutely preposterous. The issue here is precisely because the reason why we have specializations, Brian, is because it takes years and years of training to understand the differences between a lot of these things, to make judgments of this sort. If you have someone whose entire shtick is trying to mislead the public about that, well, that's not a conversation in which the merits of the arguments is what's being fielded to justify one position over the other. That's pageantry. Once again, this becomes the outcome of that conversation becomes subject to a skill set that is not related to the qualifications of the people involved. It would be akin to asking them to arm wrestle each other and then to pick a winner based on who won the arm wrestling contest. The skill set that would cause you to win the conversation or to prevail in the conversation before a lay audience in particular, as opposed to, for example, before an ethics board, and that is a possibility, is not related to the skill set that makes what she's doing here appropriate.
That would be very strange.
Quick, yes, please.
I'm not really going to engage this much further than this, but just 2 statements. One, me asking questions openly to say, like, why would you put this in a Word document? Why wouldn't you do it that way? That, not defamation. Also, me or Sam stating facts about this situation, or you stating facts, not defamation. So I disagree with the fact that it's a smear campaign, but everybody is, you can have your own opinions on that. So that's all I have to say. Facts ain't defamation.
I agree. Thank you very much.
But it's happened, so I'm not going to leave you hanging. Okay, so everything that I used today for documentation, as far as the questions and the sample letter that I wrote, are going to be available. The sample letter, though, I am going to delete all of the individual's information. I am instead going to replace.
Okay, here we go. This is actually a good question by Professor Meat, which is a good way to recapitulate what we've gone through, because she's just going to recapitulate the video so far. We can basically cut off here. So Professor Meat asks you, or says, you say you can't make these distinctions, but earlier you said that a layperson doesn't need notsoErudite's help because they can just Google the distinctions. Thoughts? That's actually a very good question. It's something we've talked about sort of extensively. I'll give my thoughts, and I'm going to let you two give your thoughts, and then we're going to move on to the latter part of the stream, okay? So very quickly, the issue here is not that a layperson is better equipped than notsoErudite to make the distinctions that notsoErudite is making when she is going through Psychology Today and picking out recommendations for clients. The issue is that she is no more qualified than they are to do exactly the same thing. So one of the problems here is that when she gives you a questionnaire, what she's effectively doing is telling you, here, give these things that I will then input into the drop-down selection menu of Psychology Today. She then just takes those, puts those in, and identifies candidate, therapists, psychologists, etc., based on what Psychology Today provides. She then reads through very naively the blurbs and the lists that they put onto their page, which she acknowledges to her credit. Sometimes they feed into these information that just boosts them in the algorithm that isn't actually accurately representative of their specialization or whatever. But then she goes on to just read the blurb naively and just sort of take that at face value. So what's actually going on is she is inserting herself as an unnecessary middleman to collect $50 from clients in order to literally just be the person who inputs values into a search engine that was already made for a lay audience to do, and which they've already demonstrated competency in navigating, because the inputs that they give her, that she uses, are identical to the ones that they take. And in fact, the questions that she asks in her questionnaire, way back here, are extremely fraught. They are overly complicated. They have vague terminology that will trigger different emotional and mimetic responses in different clients based on their backgrounds, their culture, etc. And in addition to all of this, she demonstrates historically prejudice against members of her potential clientele. So it becomes very, very, very dark, actually, because you have somebody who has puffed up their credentials. They have claimed they have specializations or have implied they have special knowledge outside of the domain in which they are actually officially trained, in order to sell a service to people who have no training in these areas. And the service they provide is justified entirely by fear-mongering about the complexity of the system that she is using to actually find the therapist's recommendations. The problem, once again, though, to go back to what I was saying at the beginning, is that what she is doing on Psychology Today is exactly what she's requiring her clients to do to feed her the information that she feeds into Psychology Today to find their therapists or their psychologists. You see the problem. So the only thing that justifies her being involved in this is her specialization. The problem is her specialization isn't in therapy. Her specialization is in psychological assessment, and she's not even very high ranked with respect to this. Psychometrist who has a PhD why don't you restate it for us?
Measurement and quantitative methods.
Yes.
Right.
And you are a PhD, you are a psychometrician.
Yes, I am.
Yes. Would you be qualified to do what Kyla has been doing in this video?
No, that's not what we do. And if I did design, now I could design the questionnaire if I worked with subject matter experts to say, what are the things that you want to measure? Then there's like a whole process to developing this. So I know how to help write questions for certain things and work with subject matter experts, whether it's in professional licensure or if it's in a content for a student assessment, whatever. I'm going to work with those people to build the assessment. And then I'm going to have a scoring guide that says this is how we scored it. If it's a straight score, if it's norm referenced, criterion referenced, if it's on a scale, if it's, an average, whatever, performance categories, all of those things. That's where it ends for me. And then I make sure that the person who I'm giving those results to knows how to, read them in the way that I've put them there. And then I'm out of it. I don't do it. It's just like the analogy I gave earlier. If I'm writing an assessment for somebody for a math test, I can give them the score. I can assure them of the quality of the assessment. I can't tell them how to help the students do better in math.
So, can I
Please,
give
be
my
my guest.
issues?
Yeah, of course.
So my issue is actually, it's even worse than just she is no better than a layperson, but I think she is focusing on the wrong things and she's needlessly mystifying the process. The fact of the matter is that when it comes to finding a good therapist, the specific credential doesn't matter as much as you think, as much as it is area of expertise and whether or not you vibe with a given person. So the fact that she's filtering by the way that she is and creating a hierarchy of credentials that doesn't actually exist in the real world, she's actively misinforming and providing incorrect information to anybody who buys her service. The fact of the matter is, when you go on Psychology Today, or if you go on any other referral website, you could do better for free. Or you could, find a service like the one that I described earlier, where you do have somebody who is like vetting and picking specific people.
Yes.
But it's not, they scour a public database. It's there's a list of clinicians who they have spoken to personally and vetted personally.
Yeah, and moreover, and they're also in a professional position to vet them with a high degree of scrutiny. Very quickly, for both of you, we have another question that I think is also important to answer. With respect to that particular question, her qualifications. ASD Assess says, hold on, Sunday, she is also a licensed addictions counselor. not just a psychometrician. Actually, she's not even a psychometrician, but she's not just somebody in psychometrics. So the answer is not 100% answered here. How do you respond?
Me?
Either of you. Whoever wants to go first, I'll go last.
So with from what I have seen, and with the addictions professionals that I have interacted with and that I have worked with, the addictions counseling model is very, very different than other psychology modalities, and it's not nearly as rigorous a training curriculum, and it's a model that's based on a lot of these models, although this is changing, tends to be based on like an AA or an NA model, because that's just how addictions were patterned in the United States for myriad reasons. And that is not a model that actually has a lot of data behind it or efficacy behind it.
So here's something of interest here. So when this is the organization
that also
that she
gives me hives.
Yes, this is the organization that she received her clinical experience
Come
at.
in? Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, sorry, one sec, my roommate.
Okay. So this is the organization that Kyla got her clinical experience as a licensed addictions counselor at. In fact, working here without a license, you're still on air, just a heads up. Working as an unlicensed practitioner, because the license wasn't available yet, for Adiera, this was how she got the hours required to satisfy the conditions of her applying for her license. This is how they describe their program. Our faith in God's transformative power provides hope, healing, and restoration. It serves as the anchor for our program and our passion. Our programming is faith-based with biblical perspective. Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayer are key elements of our program. So when you say licensed addictions counselor, you need to be very clear. First of all, there is a huge problem with oversight in Canada for a lot of these areas. But secondly, not just a lack of oversight, but the conditions of actually applying don't actually entail what you tend to think of when you think of secular medicine. This is a person who spent a good portion of her clinical experience involved in things related to Bible study, devotions, church attendance, and prayer. Not mainstream therapeutic or psychiatric treatment. And moreover, this is highly specified to addictions in any case. This is an addictions recovery center. This does not give her the background necessary to make judgments about complex needs outside of this area, even if there were not reasons to be suspicious of this type of organization already.
Yeah, that's not good. That is very concerning. And I love that somebody with that level of training thinks that they have the understanding of clinical modalities to pass judgment on other mental health professions. That's special.
Do we want to see this last section? It's like 2 minutes long. It's just a wrapping up. I kind of want to, just for the sake of completeness, and then we'll go to the last end. This last part will not take long.
You.
I say let's do it, and then we'll move to the end, because we're at the 3-hour mark. Let's finish.
So everything that I used today for documentation, as far as the questions and the sample letter that I wrote, are going to be available. The sample letter, though, I am going to delete all of the individual's information. I am instead going to replace it with insert symptoms and issues here. So the sample letter is going to be super bare bones, but I will give you access to the questions. Feel free to post questions underneath. We'll probably try to answer some in the near future, like maybe a part 2 series to this, to just answer direct questions. And of course, I don't want to peddle, but if you go through this and you feel like you need help, or you want just somebody else to do all of the heavy lifting here, because it's a lot of work, you can always message me at notsoErudite2022@gmail.com, or come to my Discord and just find me in the admin section. You can DM me.
This process, okay, so we're basically concluded. It's just a crummy commercial. So this video was under 30 minutes long. She did two clients very, 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 very slowly. In fact, a solid third of the video was just going over these incredibly fraught questions very, very, very slowly, one by one. All of these, you have the option to simply input into the drop-down boxes on Psychology Today. So this is not a lot of work. She is once again puffing up the complexity and the difficulty of doing this in order to justify this. Navigating all the letters, profession designations, and treatment modalities is confusing. Let me help you. It is confusing, but it's not less confusing for her. So, we have one last thing I want to look at. Does anybody have any final thoughts on this before we move on to that?
No, let's go to the next one.
All right. I have a feeling that our social worker friend has forgotten that she is muted because she absolutely
Oh,
did
I
have
am in
something to
fact
say.
muted. I'm sorry.
It's like,
had to
I don't,
move rooms 'cause
you have nothing to say? I don't believe you. Okay, go on.
I had to move rooms. Sorry, my housemate was asleep.
Totally fine. Don't worry about it.
So I don't want to say anything about this, but I do want to talk about the tuna chip thing because it goes back to her getting over her skis. When somebody is in crisis, that is not the time that you do a referral service like this, whether it's paid or whether it's freed. If somebody is in crisis or experiencing suicidal ideation or needs something now, that's not when you're like, let's go see if you can call a therapist. That's when you recommend them to a crisis hotline or like an emergency service. That's it. That's my spiel.
Thank you, No Truce. Thank you very much. Thank you, No Truce, for the 55 NZ. Great convo. Hey, Sunday, I've recently been plotting a fascist coup in my country. Would you mind recommending me a good demagogue rabble-rouser to recruit to my cause? I would, as a matter of fact. I'm sorry, but thank you for the money. Cheers. Also, go over Kyla's measure. I'm so glad you asked that. That is exactly what we are about to do. Bear with me one moment.
It's personal.
Let's find this. Oh, of course. Here's me. Here's me. Hey, that's me. Look at that. Okay, so what we are going to want to do is we're going to want to show the transcript. And we are going to want... What's it down here? Get up there. Okay. We are going to want to find the measure. Okay. So here is the question of whether or not she is a psychometrician. Explaining degrees again. Go to a psychometrician. So this is what I want Pearl's opinion on. This is where Kyla explains why she's justified in referring to herself as a psychometrician / psychometrist. Are we ready?
Can't wait. Can't wait.
All right, let's go. Sam, this is her show this time. No pauses.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm here for the show.
Brilliant.
Here is my CV with my education listed. You'll see that I have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. The graduation date you already
This
know.
is very quiet. Let me boost the volume a little bit. Oh boy. I guess I can only do it at the, okay. This will have to do. All right. Start again.
Here is my CV with my education listed. You'll see that I have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. The graduation date you already know. And I have a BA in honor psychology. And if you want to know, I was a pretty smart kid even into high school as well. Here are the academic awards that I won.
Here, let's stop here. Let's go back. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, it just jumps there. Okay, hang on.
Here is my CV with my education listed.
Okay, Pearl, very quickly. Is any of this justification for calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No. With that graduate degree, she is essentially a psychometric rater, R-A-T-E-R, where she has the skill to proctor an assessment and score it, and then give it to a psychologist,
Okay.
or whoever the clinical person is. Not one of us, but also this. No.
Okay. So that graduate
She has
diploma.
a bachelor's in psychology.
Yes.
That's what she has.
Yeah, that's her degree, and then she has a certificate in psychological assessment. Does the certificate in psychological assessment give her any conditions under which she can call herself a psychometrist?
If she's using it to indicate that she has the ability to score assessments and that's it, then sure. But is she like a psychometrician? No, that requires a terminal degree. It requires a PhD. This is true in Canada and in the United States.
Well,
and I so that
yeah.
Now I know that she's made arguments about jobs, and that's a whole other thing. But it requires a terminal degree. Does she have some knowledge around some psychometric things? Yes.
I'm actually going to push back against you a little bit there. So when I reached out to who I didn't realize at the time was her professor, I reached out to Concordia University and I asked, given these credentials, can I call myself on a job application a psychometrist or a psychometrician? Stands to reason that's the gold standard. If you can call yourself it without committing fraud, you're allowed to call yourself a psychometrist or a psychometrician. And the answer that I received, I can pull that up actually if that would be helpful. Let's see here. Letter redacted. Perfect. So here's the letter. It's been slightly redacted. Let me zoom it in a little bit. So this is what I ask. Greetings. I achieved a graduate diploma in psychological assessment in 2022. On the basis of this, is it appropriate for me to call myself a psychometrician or a psychometrist when I apply for jobs in this field? And the information desk, who ended up being, by sheer dumb luck, her supervisor, says, hi. No, it is not appropriate to use the term psychometrist, since there is no category of registration for psychometrists in the province of Alberta. Now, here's where I push back against you a little bit, Pearl. If you are not living in Alberta, you should check with the regulatory body that governs the profession of psychology where you are. There may be specific requirements for the use of this title, e.g. a master's degree. Where I push back is that the argument that Kyla gives, which seems to be accurate, is that there are job positions on offer in Canada that have the names psychometrist or psychometrician, and their contents bleed into each other, like they're highly non-specific in terms of how they're used. But the titles are there. And obviously, if you are employed as a psychometrician, it doesn't matter if you have a degree called psychometrician, you are employed as a psychometrician. You may be a bad psychometrician, you may be an excellent but underqualified psychometrician, but a psychometrician you remain. That is perfectly reasonable by my lights. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Here's the problem. She has not produced evidence that she's ever worked under either of these titles. And we know that she has no evidence that she's worked under either of these titles for precisely what we're going to look at here. Because she gives a justification for why she calls herself a psychometrician. And it's not by reference to her work history, but she elsewhere gives a justification for working as a psychometrist by specific reference to her work history.
So
yes,
let me just even be a little bit more concrete and less academic about this. I so in my last formal position, when I was the chief psychometrician for the assessment consortium, I had a staff of 6 PhD psychometricians that were under me. Okay. So I know what those job postings look like because I've written them. I know what I'm looking for at different levels because I've written those posts and I've hired those people and I've mentored those staff. I'm not hiring somebody that does not have a degree in psychometrics to be my psychometrician, okay? I don't want a data scientist because they can do all of the computer programming, but they probably don't know the background of the modeling, the specific types of analysis that we do, all those types of things. Can they learn? Yes, but that's a data scientist, that's an analyst, that's not a psychometrician. That's not going to be the person who's helping write items, who is working on the paper forms or the computer adaptive algorithm. I'm not hiring that person. That is not to say, though, that you have to have a PhD to fill one of these positions. There are going to be times when you've had experience, which you argue she does not have. Great. There are times where you've been grandfathered in. You were in a program. They offered a master's. They stopped doing that. Michigan State did the same thing. Or that you've just been in the field. Psychometrics is not that old of a field. It's not like economics. It didn't really get big until the 70s. So I'm essentially like a 3rd generation psychometrician. Okay. Like my professors learned from the people that wrote the books on it. It's not that old of a profession. There's just not that many of us compared to the amount of jobs. So are they going to prefer somebody with a PhD? Yes. Are they always going to get it? No.
Yeah, fair enough.
So with
Yeah.
respect to the jobs.
Yeah. So fundamentally, and maybe there is somebody with lower standards, like some business or whatever, that will hire somebody and call them with the label psychometrist or psychometrician. Yeah. So under those conditions, this is what she would have to do if she wants to call herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician publicly, especially while rendering services for fees to a vulnerable clientele. She needs to produce evidence that she has worked under that title to justify the title in the first place. Or if she can't, she needs to not mention it at all. Or if she does, and she's working for an organization that has relatively low standards for what qualifies you for the position. So for example, we looked over some of these job postings. Some of them for psychometrician required a graduate degree. Some of them didn't even require a graduate diploma. Some of them you could get in with a bachelor's degree. Some of them required like dubious levels of clinical experience or whatever for whatever positions they had if that involved that. Like there was it was total anarchy with respect to what are the conditions of people fulfilling the requirements for jobs under this label in different provinces. She actually has an ethical obligation to disconceal that, to actually tell people like, hey, you're paying me on the basis of my expertise as a psychometrician, just so you know, that's my job title, but I don't have, for example, like a master's or a PhD level of education. But that's not what she does. She actually does the opposite. She tries to spin her graduate diploma as being most of the way to a master's degree, and then tries to spin other parts of her experience as effectively qualifying her as basically being a full-on master's. She's basically the same thing. There's no difference. Your actual duty, especially in care like this, like for me, I always downgrade my education. The only time I even mention it is just to justify why am I so obsessively interested in relating Carl Schmitt to Dead Space. Okay, that's an interesting question. But, like, I will never say, hey, I'm a political scientist, listen to me. I'm a political scientist, I can recommend this stuff to you. What I will say is, hey, I've read X, Y, and Z. Here's some stuff that I found that's useful with respect to X, Y, and Z. That's not what she's doing. She's actually leveraging the vagueness with which the average person understands her field and related fields. That part's crucial, too. A lot of people don't know the difference, the actual educational distinctions between a psychometrician and a psychologist. Or different types of clinicians or things like that, in order to sell herself as her brand on social media, so YouTube, Twitch, etc., her presence in the debate sphere, things like that, as well as, nonsensically, as Demon Mama pointed out, because she's clearly making more money from this, or maybe she's not, maybe she has a lot of clients, I hope not, in order to profit as well from being an unnecessary middleman for a online layperson-oriented search engine, where all she's doing is taking inputs that she has solicited with basically the exact same questions, but more confusingly worded from her clients, and just inputting them into the search engine herself. Something that they could already do, which they proved they could do by giving her the information in the first place. She doesn't follow up with phone calls or emails to the actual therapist. She already demonstrated that she knows that she couldn't actually adequately do that in the first place, because you can't judge as a third party whether or not somebody else internally meshes socially with that particular therapist. I think I've rambled on enough. You get the idea. I want to get to the measure. Let's go.
You'll see that I have a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, the graduation date you already know, and I have a BA in honor psychology. And if you want to know, I was a pretty smart kid even into high school as well.
Oh, and ASD Assess says, Sunday, I don't know why you don't focus more on her LAC and the lack of competency. I saw a stream when she was explaining a time she was high, and it was jarring how little she knows about addiction. Well, once again, given the fact that her clinical experience dealing with addiction recovery is at a faith-healing organization, I'm not surprised.
Here are the academic awards that I won all throughout university. Most of these academic awards were sufficient to pay for most of my way through my undergraduate education.
Any of this contribute towards justifying her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No.
Okay.
Here is my research experience. You will note that I have removed my current workplace. That is because nobody to this date has leaked where I work, and I don't want people to know. So there is one piece of information missing, which is the current lab that I am doing research in right now.
Any of this justify calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician? Now, this is a tricky one, so let's read through this very carefully. So she did a project, or a study, I'm not entirely sure which one, called Theories of Social Anxiety, under supervisor Dr. blah, 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 blah. The thesis project, 2-part study. Study 1, an online correlational research of constructs related to social anxiety, provided experience in building Qualtrics surveys.
Okay, so she does know how to use a survey. Then why is she using a Word document? Continue.
Study 2, an in-person study where incremental mindsets were cultivated to aim to reduce participants' social anxiety. She drafted an REB application, developed novel intervention protocol via literature analysis, created intervention materials, a video and a worksheet, converted established measure to analyze social anxiety, analyze results on SPSS, presented findings in a formal thesis. Does any of that justify her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No, and she's also, she's trying real hard here. Developed a novel intervention protocol via literature review.
Analysis.
She's
literature analysis.
Okay. Well, so then my question is: was it a meta-analysis or was it a literature review? And did you really develop a protocol from that, or did you cut and paste other protocols together and make yourself one? Because it's not clear, and I haven't read it, so I'm just asking.
Well, that's an excellent question, and the threshold for somebody doing a graduating, like from their undergraduate project, is going to be much lower than, for example, somebody defending a master's thesis, or the equivalent.
Because I had to invent my own algorithm that one time.
I mean, I had to put an assessment together for my quantitative research class, and it wasn't validated, but I could put that on my resume by these standards. Anyway, continue.
All right, so we've got another thing on the research experience dossier here. Technology use and impact questionnaire. Supervisor, Dr. blah, 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 blah. Much more eminent than Dr. blah, 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 blah. Created a screener tool for assessing technology use in drug-addicted teens. Meant to explore amount of technology use in Canadian teens and the impact on healthy functioning this use has. Does any of this justify her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician?
No.
Okay. Evaluation of heterosexual sexual changes. It's completely unrelated to the previous ones. That's interesting. Supervisor, not Dr. blah, 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 was a research assistant helping in data collection for the thesis project, ran in-person studies evaluating how people perceive consent in sexual exchanges. Psychometrist, psychometrician, justification.
No.
Implicit theories of well-being by supervisor, Dr. blah, 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 ran in-person experiment aimed at cultivating an incremental mindset of well-being and the resulting correlates of this mindset. No, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's press on.
I mean, also, she's using SPSS, so I'm judging on that as well, but that's just personal.
Before that, this is my pre-established
SPSS and I are not friends.
experience.
Yeah, nor should you be. It's terrible.
You can see I did a thesis on a theory of social anxiety. I did it from the ground up. This means I'm the one who drafted the REB application for not one, but 2 studies. I am the one who developed the novel intervention protocol and did the research into the literature around this idea. I'm the one who created the intervention materials, both the video and the worksheets. I'm the one who converted the established measure to analyze social anxiety. I am the one who analyzed the results on a statistical software called SPSS. And I am the one who converted these findings into a formal thesis and presented them.
All right, so riddle me this, Miss Psychometrician. That's really who you are. If I did all of these things, could I call myself a psychometrician?
No, I would call you a grad student, maybe.
I wish.
I would call you a research assistant. That's what this is. This is research assistant work. I've done all these things too. But
So
like
have I.
years ago, and they're not on my resume because I'm a professional and I have like a CV. This is
Well,
evidence of work that you've done. I will not take that away from her, and I'm not evaluating the quality of that work, right, by these statements that I'm making.
yeah.
What I'm saying is that this in total does not a psychometrician make.
also notice on here the technology use and impact questionnaire. This is the questionnaire that I've openly talked about with Sunday that I created for my government to assess technology use in drug-addicted teens. This measure was both exploring technology use in Canadian teens, and it also was used to evaluate the correlation between substance abuse and technology use.
Cool. Here's
Wow,
something.
for one measure, that does a lot.
Here's you're right, yeah. But here's something else too. So you'll notice she's not listing where she did any of these projects. She's not listing the names of the professors who supervise them, which means that as justifications, even if these actually were of such a kind that they justified her calling herself a psychometrist or a psychometrician, they are functionally worthless because we have no way to verify them. I have tried very, very hard. Apparently this is something that was used by the government, the technology use and impact questionnaire. I can't find hide or hair of it anywhere. There is no evidence of it even existing. I believe it exists. I have no reason to think she would lie about it. But if she's not going to give me anything to actually find like where it's indexed, she could just be making literally every single thing on this page up, and I would be lost. I'd have nothing to go off of. The entire reason why you cite your work history and your credentials is to prove where you have been and what you have done. If you haven't fulfilled those basic criteria, you may as well just be speaking without a piece of paper here. It doesn't do anything.
Did she publish about this?
Not that I don't know. I can't find
Because
anything.
because the government is not going to just take your measure, as novel as it may be, without you having it published in a peer-reviewed journal. I mean, that I can say with confidence.
Well,
I believe that she said it was an in-house measure that she created, but I don't think it was ever,
Well, I
to
mean,
my
that sounds
memory.
like a phenomenal metric if it's real. Also, like incredibly multidimensional. I want to know what this like. Is it a questionnaire? Is it a data point that she is creating based on data from a questionnaire? Like, I need more information. Is it a mixed method study? What is this metric?
I have requested it. She once said that she would send it to me. She never did.
Well, she sure shit isn't going to send it to you now. You talking to me?
Apparently. Although, Kyla, people here have asked you to come on and talk. I think we both agree it's a bad idea, but I'd love to see the measure. I'd love to see it. And I'm sure everybody here would be willing to come back to judge it. Let's go on.
I mean, here, I'll make this. She can send me her work and I'll send her mine. She can even read my dissertation because I wrote one, because I have a PhD. Just saying.
Let's press on.
Exploring technology use
spicy
in Canadian
o'clock.
teens, and it also was used to evaluate the correlation
We're allowed to be going for 3 hours.
between substance abuse and technology use. The
It's a
last
witching
two
hour.
are just two studies that I was a research assistant on during my 3rd and 4th year of my university. Finally, I'm going to show you the Youth Parents Addiction measure that I first authored. This is it with all the relevant information removed. As you can see up here,
Let's read this. What do we have here? Therefore, this assessment tool allows a full exploration of both the amount of technology use as well as the impact of different amounts of usage. It is important to note, however, that though this measure is theoretically derived, and therefore the constructs behind it are empirically supported, this measure is not psychometrically tested, and therefore should not be used as a diagnostic assessment tool. Rather, it provides clinicians with an understanding of their clients' technology use and the impact of that use upon intake. Beyond this, the measure presents an epidemiological research opportunity for to explore, analyzing the normative usage of technology and the impact technology overuse may have on their clients.
Has not been psychometrically tested. I mean, I don't really know. I don't even feel like you need me here for this one.
I really think I do. Unfortunately. Because when I, with my political science degree, say not psychometrically tested, there is a class of person out there who thinks, wow, so you mean she can read minds? Let's go to the next page.
Fair.
is part of the application process, and usually at the front page of a lot of different assessments, there will be an outline of the literature review as to what the purpose of this measure is. This
section that I'm showing you is the youth only section. There was also a very similar parent section because we compared the youth reported and parent reported technology use and their drug addiction use.
Part 1, Level of Use, Client Instructions. This questionnaire will ask you about your time on different forms of electronics, such as phones, computers, tablets, and gaming consoles. Please read each question carefully and answer honestly and accurately. Answering honestly will allow staff to understand your experiences with different technology systems. Clinician Instructions. This measure allows insight into da-da-da-da-da. We get it. So here's my immediate question. Given the fact that this has a supervisor who is probably qualified to actually create the measure, and given the fact that this was not psychometrically tested, at any point in this process, was she occupying the position, formal or de facto, of a psychometrician? It's trickier, right?
No, she was adjacent.
Mm.
This is still just like research. Maybe I'll give her ed psych research, right? Because that's what this is. This is a research project. It could lead to something valuable, but you do not need to be a psychometrician to do this. And the fact that it says it's not psychometrically been tested is strange. But also, this is something about technology use, and all of her sources that I see, I know that this is not exhaustive, look a little older. Not to say that that's bad, but I also am familiar with at least 2 other surveys that are called the same thing. And so my suspicion is that this is not novel or unique. And I also want to say that it is not unusual to borrow portions of known and tested surveys or assessments to build into yours so that you can compare them to a known population to know how well those items are performing for you. And also, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, but you do need to give credit where credit is due. So my suspicion is that there's probably some borrowing, which again, very common, not problematic as long as it is cited, right? But this is still graduate research.
It's a synthetic graduate
best.
student's research project.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a synthesis of other work, which is perfectly
Correct.
fair. That's 99% of what I did. You don't do novel work as an undergraduate.
No.
Yeah.
Measure is. This section that I'm showing you is the youth only section. There was also a very similar parent section because we compared the youth reported and parent reported technology use.
So you don't.
Oh,
have
no.
this
Hang on.
document?
Dank, I have not seen this document. When this was published, this was the first I had seen of it at all. And it's one of the reasons why I was kind of appalled that she actually posted it, because until she did, I was ambiguous as to what this measure was. Like, maybe it was something much more impressive. But here we are.
So I actually think that I think I know where part of this is from.
Okay.
So that's why I'm dying to see her references on this. Dying.
I've been dying to see this for months. I have not received any information.
Don't even send me the measure. Send me just the references, and I'll be able to figure it out. Come on.
However,
Man.
Dank Prohl has made an excellent observation. Perhaps consider this. This is a novel measure precisely because it hasn't been tested. The no testing is the novelty. Which is clearly not true. Lots of measures are not tested, so there.
I have created measures that weren't tested, and I am not a psychometrician.
I'm
my graduate program, so it's not that novel.
I am.
Yeah, untested is not equal to novel.
I am wedded to impartiality. I had to try. Okay, let's press on.
I mean, A for effort.
Yes. What you'll note is that I am the first author.
That's a psychometrician who gave me the A for effort, so it counts.
On the measure. I did the bulk of the work. My supervisor is the second and co-author. Here's a screen grab from the proposal PowerPoint I made when I presented in front of the managerial lead of the Youth Addictions and Mental Health portfolio of my provincial quadrant. I will get more into the years of work I did in developing the measure in Claim 11. However,
I guess we gotta go to Claim 11.
Last edit of this proposal.
I mean, at least the slides are pretty.
They are nice slides. Very tasteful slides. Let's okay, Claim 11. Do we have... They're not numbered. What do you mean claim... Oh, hang on. Let's see. That's Claim 6. Claim 7. Okay, very quickly, just while we're doing this. She has a PowerPoint. Does the PowerPoint let her call herself a psychometrician?
Absolutely not.
You should have said yes.
We make our presentations in latex. Excuse me.
Okay, hang on. There's
Handy for me.
that's claim 9. All right, a little bit further ahead. Oh, we skipped one. Here we go. Kyla's lying about creating a measure. I never said she was lying about creating a measure. But let's see. I just never saw evidence of the measure. Which, again, if you're citing a measure as justification for a credential, the entire purpose of credentials is to prove that you have the title that you're ascribing to yourself by right. Now, Kyla may well have co-authored what she has called an in-house youth addictions measure, whatever that is. She has not, to my knowledge, made its name public, and I have been unable to find any reference to it, or to her for that matter, on any public record.
My work, it speaks for itself.
Does it? What's the professional opinion here?
Yeah, it's not saying anything good. It's not saying anything bad either. And that's the problem that I have to like keep catching myself here. None of this work could be awesome. It could be. I don't know. She hasn't shared it. I don't know. The problem is that she's like, hey, I'm this psychometrician. Let me take this money and give you these services that I don't have the skill set to do and that are not related to being a psychometrician. And that even if I did have this skill set, I'm still giving you this busted Word document, hee-haw show of an assessment. Like that, that's where I have to draw the line.
So, your response is, it doesn't speak for itself. Am I correct in assuming that you agree with me that the principal issue here is not that the work is good or bad, it's that it actually doesn't speak, because she's censored out all of the identifying information, and she hasn't actually shown the thing.
Right.
I already showed it. I'm not going to show you all the details. It is an in-house measure. I don't want to disseminate it. But as you can see here, I am the first author.
Yes?
Pause. Can I chip
Yes, of course.
in?
Please.
So I totally understand the need to not want to dox yourself. That makes sense. However, I think, as Pearl had mentioned, you know, if I wrote a measure like this, I would want to show it off. I would
tell everyone.
I would have it in a, I would send it to get peer reviewed. I don't understand.
How about this? If you didn't want to show your measure, you wouldn't reference it to justify a title. You would either find some other
Also
justification for the title, or you would not adopt the title under your persona, right? That's the responsible thing to do. I wouldn't call myself, if I had a PhD, I wouldn't call myself a PhD by reference to, or a de facto PhD, or a de facto political consultant on the basis of, I talked to somebody once and they asked for recommendations on how to structure a course on Machiavelli, which I did, by the way. I just wouldn't talk about it. I certainly wouldn't use it as a justification for any title. If I talked about it, it would be casually. And I would be clear to say, it doesn't mean anything. Maybe just because doesn't mean anything because I'm not willing to cite it, so just take that for what you will. But she's specifically using it to justify your title, Pearl.
Yeah, this is just not how it's done. We, in our field, it is so small. It is so small. We know, like, I looked through her list of faculty. I know some of them in a professional sense. First of all, so that's not great for her. But the point of academia and this type of a field is to continuously add to the base of knowledge. And so if you've invented something awesome, we would like to know. We're going to cite you forever. Like, do you know how awesome it is when somebody is just like, can I cite your dissertation? And I'm just kind of like, I'm so sorry you read that, but of course, thank you for continuing the stuff that I'm doing. That's how science works. I do a thing and somebody else is like, hey, that's cool, but I think I should do it this way. That's how we learn stuff. You don't do it by making something, bragging about it, and then hiding it.
Well,
What, is she going to get a patent
well,
for it? Probably not.
if she says it's an in-house measure, maybe somebody else has a patent for it. Once again,
Then it would still need to be peer reviewed first.
You're right.
This stuff is not necessarily proprietary. I've worked for one place that had a proprietary anything, and it was our computer adaptive testing algorithm. That's the type of stuff in this field that is proprietary. How to measure something is never. That's the whole point of what we share. So it's giving me more questions.
Moreover, referencing the organization you worked for, especially if you don't work for it presently, there's literally no reason to obscure that. That's your resume.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like you're either going to reference it or you're not. You can't pretend to reference it and then use that as a justification for calling yourself an advanced title.
Me.
And furthermore,
Co-author.
Please.
From my perspective, she's also using this both implicitly and explicitly to claim the skill sets from my field, which
yes,
and what she's showing here, there's little to no relationship to the skill set for the clinical work. Now, if again, as a, in my PhD program, I'm taking research methods, and everything that she's showing here is, stuff that I did with the MSW students I was TAing for. But even in an academic setting, this is all good and fine, but I don't know if it if this evidence sort of supports any of the claims that she's making to any area of expertise.
Jacobus asks a very interesting question. What if you needed to respond to someone who's serially harassing you? First of all, you serial harass multiple people. That's what a serial is. You don't serially harass one person, but just clear. How in that scenario would you respond? Well, how I respond to you is that it is not harassing someone to scrutinize claims of credentials that are unjustified, especially when they are engaging in ethically dubious work or when they are making claims that extend far past even their claimed expertise, but they're claiming it doesn't. That's completely reasonable.
I'd also point out that at no point have we attacked Kyla's character or any immutable characteristics. We are simply judging her output
Statements
as a public figure that she is using to claim expertise in our respective fields, and we are coming in as subject matter experts to explain why the output that she is providing is incorrect, misleading, and quite frankly, harmful. Again, I am a clinician who also teaches other therapists how to do my job, in addition to the research that I am doing. I want to see other good people in this field. It's a hard field and it's not for everybody, but we need everyone we can get. There's a mental health shortage in both the United States and Canada. I have every reason to want to promote somebody who has the credentials that Kyla claims. But everything that she's shown me, I don't know her personally. I don't have any personal stake in her success or failure, but she is doing things that I think are misleading and potentially harmful or disingenuous.
Let's finish this section. It's 2 minutes long. Let's not comment on it. Let's just let it run. We'll make our final comments, and then I have one last thing to put on the screen, and then we'll call it for tonight. Does that sound good? We agree with this plan?
You bet.
All right.
Was my supervisor. As I've said before, this is the PowerPoint that I used to present in front of the Alberta Health Youth Managerial Team to suggest the implementation of this screener. As you can see, the last edit was on January 8th, 2018. If you're wondering, to put that in scope, I was proposing this screener to the team while I was still in school. I was immediately hired after convocating from my undergrad because they were so impressed with the screener and the work I had done up until that point developing it. They hired me then to work on site as an addiction support worker while also part-time completing the screener work. You can't find public record of it because, as I've said, it's an in-house measure used to collect data for Alberta Health Services. And also, I'm married.
Actually, if it's used to collect data by the government health services, that would actually be a specific reason why there would be a public record of it, no?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's funded by taxpayer dollars, you can't keep it a secret.
Well,
If it's an actually good metric, you have to publish about it first because you have to field test it.
well, that's how
And
it's
you have to
determined.
show that it
That's how it's
works
determined
and
to
is-
be a good metric.
Yeah. Yes.
And I got married after this.
Okay. Here's the problem. I know her name before she got married. Unfortunately. That came up when I was searching for the measure. Doesn't come up under that either. Sorry.
Which means I have a different last name in my past. Sunday goes on to suggest that it would have been simply impossible for me to have developed the measure myself. He kind of dismisses it and hand waves it like I'm some RA just working in a lab where the measure was developed. Because,
To put it more simply, there is no Kyla who is on public record as an author of what she's describing. I have no way of finding this. If it is on public record, it is somewhere impossible for a layperson to find, and there's something wrong. But once again, there's absolutely no reason for her to obscure it, especially if her name's changed, because that would actually create more distance between her and it. There's literally no reason. There is no conceivable
That's just not
reason.
how academic publishing works. That's just not how academic research and publishing works. This is not, the math is not mathing.
I do not possess a master's degree. I cannot, quote, develop psychological test scales and measures or apply and interpret such test scales and measures. But I have. I've done exactly this. Let me walk you through.
But I could do this right now. I could make a test right now with a pen and paper. I'm not going to do it. I thought for a second that'd be funny, but I'm not going to because I'm too tired. But I could do that right now. What I would not be is authorized to do it. You can do anything. It's like that Seinfeld sketch about like car reservations. It's like, hey, I'm here to pick up my car. It was reserved. Oh, I'm sorry, we gave it away. Do you understand how a reservation works? Yes, of course we do. No, I'm not sure that you do. Because the whole point is the reservation is you hold it. Anybody can take a reservation and say, hey, you want to reserve? But if you can't hold it, that's really the whole point. If she is not authorized to validate a test, she's not a psychometrician. If she is not authorized to rate or administer a test, she's not a psychometrist. It doesn't matter if she's done it in the past. That's like saying, hey, I've cut into people's stomachs before when I was robbing a bank. I am a surgeon.
Right. The math
Sorry
is
for
not
that.
mathing.
Sorry for the colorful example.
What Sunday does not know about my involvement with the measure. Now, Sunday couldn't know this because he doesn't know much about my work, but instead he presumed.
Okay, but you say your work speaks for itself, which begs the question. If your work speaks for itself, why do I, who have searched for your work probably more than anyone alive, not know what your work is?
What Sunday doesn't know
She must have
is
done it in
I-
invisible ink.
Apparently. She did that lemon juice
It
thing.
was in Australia. Probably
Mm.
haven't heard of it.
Checks out.
Yes, that was a Seinfeld reference, Win.
developed a psychological measure, which was administered to clients and to their parents. I then took the data, analyzed it, and used it to test the validity and the reliability of the measure.
Ooh.
Wait, that's
nope,
circular.
See, nope.
That doesn't make any sense.
Not only that, but a measure cannot be valid. Data cannot be valid. It's the usage of the data based on the measure used in valid ways. So she doesn't even know the terminology. That's like one of those like weird things that all of us psychometricians are really, really picky about for some stupid reason. But the way she talks about validity and reliability, no.
Look, I'm the one person here with no psychology background except for like a couple of electives. Did I take electives in psychology? I know I took one in high school. Hang on. I'm actually gonna. I actually don't remember off the top of my head. But I'm the lay person here, like the complete lay person. I have my BA is in the useless program of political science. I caught that. Okay. If I caught that, and you don't catch that, Kyla, you don't get to call yourself a psycho anything. Somniostatic, thank you for the US $10. Why would you need to cut into anyone's stomach during a bank robbery? Don't ask questions you don't know the answer to.
For internal consistency using a split half correlation, followed by determining the Cronbach's
Those are
alpha of
psychometric
the youth
things. I'll give her that. A split half correlation is a psychometric thing. All right, good job.
We got one. Yay.
parent portions of the measure. I then compared the convergent validity of the youth portion to the adult portion.
The what
As
now?
one would expect.
Let's rehear that.
The convergent validity? That's a new one. I don't think
For internal
Sam
consistency
Messick wrote about
using a
that one.
split
Okay, here, I'm going to boost the volume a little bit because she's very quiet for some reason.
half correlation.
She's lying.
Followed by determining the Cronbach's alpha of both the youth and the parent portions of the measure. I then compared the convergent validity of the youth portion to the adult portion.
What does that mean, convergent validity?
I don't know.
I'm going to Google
Because
that quickly.
validity is not a number, it's an argument.
Yeah.
Reliability, when she said Cronbach's alpha, that's a number.
Okay, here we go.
That's a
So
number.
this is on Science Direct. Convergent validity refers to how closely the new scale is related to other variables and other measures of the same construct. Not only should the construct correlate with related variables, but it should not correlate with dissimilar, unrelated ones. Wait a minute. But you wouldn't compare that then. That would simply be the conclusion.
And used it to
That
test
would be the however that's represented. That would simply be that would be the conclusion of an analysis. Like that's the answer to how closely the new scales relate to other variables. You wouldn't compare that with respect to a single...
Well, and again, validity is never a number. It's an idea.
Yeah.
It's an ideal.
Well, that's why, like, it would... Yeah.
Yeah.
the validity and the reliability of the measure for internal consistency using a split half correlation, followed by determining the Cronbach's alpha of both the youth and the parent portions of the measure.
It's also
I then
Cronbach. Can't even say it right.
What did you say? Cronbach's? Cranbox?
Yeah, it's
Followed
Cronbach's alpha.
by determining the Cronbach's alpha of
The Cronbach's alpha. What did you say it was?
Cronbach's.
Cronbach's.
Yeah, we don't know Cronbach's. We don't know him. Who's he?
Well, some psychometrician you are.
Yeah, right.
Not sending their best, clearly.
of both the youth
Clearly.
and the parent portions of the measure. I then compared the convergent validity of the youth portion to the adult portion, as one would expect that if technology use was...
Okay, so two convergent validities is what you compared. The convergent validity of the adult portion and the convergent validity of the youth portion. So that seems fair, but...
That I can understand. And
Yeah.
that, again, then suggests to me that she's taken measures from an existing
Yes.
instrument and is using that. And that's also called equating and scaling. I don't know why she's calling it. I've not heard it referred to as what did she call it? Convergent validity.
Yeah.
But it's essentially, yeah. I understand what's happening.
Yeah.
No qualms with her methodology so far.
No, but I mean the lingo
Which
is
I can see it.
the lingo is meaningless to a lay audience. So she's not speaking to psychometricians or psychometrists here. She's speaking to people with
Right.
substantially less.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Right. If I was explaining this to a crowd, these are not the words I would be using.
This is like the How It's Made episode of Rick and Morty where they're talking about how they make a plumbus. Like this language has no meaning to people.
Correct.
was high in the child's day-to-day, both the child and the parent would report as such. I then tested for criterion validity under the premise that addiction patterns emerged together, comparing my measure scores against validated gambling and substance use scales. Now, since it is possibly evaluating a separate possible addiction, we would expect to have a positive correlation, but presumably it would not likely have a correlation coefficient higher than 0.6. The work was done internally, and all the data is housed internally. Therefore, I cannot provide.
It's worthless because you can't prove anything with it. Why are you even citing it?
Also, of course, the data is internally held. It's in a server somewhere. We want a summary, ma'am. Like, what is she talking about?
Well, what she's talking about is that if this wasn't an in-house measure, it would be printed on stone tablets and put in public on City Hall.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Maybe it was on that third one from History of the World, Part 1, that Mel Brooks drops. Must have been on that one.
Yes. 15's crashed. 10.
10 commanders.
It almost sounds like she's sort of trying to throw as many intellectual sounding buzzwords to sort of make her sound
well, she's trying to demonstrate
than she actually is.
She's trying to demonstrate that when somebody says she's not an expert, they're being ridiculous. Of course she's an expert. Look at this highly particular technical language she knows how to use. The problem is that we aren't talking about whether or not she knows how to use this language. The question is authority outside of her domain, and the use of titles to command authority outside of her domain to a lay audience that doesn't fully understand what those titles mean.
No. It's a lot. It feels like a smokescreen almost.
That's exactly what it is.
Provide any receipts of the data, and even if I could, it would be a massive breach of ethics to do so.
It's actually not a regression, though. It's factor analysis, but close.
Would it be a massive breach of... Hang on. So again, I guess, so by the data, I assume she means the questionnaire results.
Right.
But that can be rendered anonymous because you would still report on the findings regardless. And that would not necessarily contain the names of everybody involved. So there'd be no breach of ethics with respect to patients or with respect to like questionnaire
Can I be
answers.
snarky for half a second?
Be my guest.
So now we care about ethics. Awesome. Okay, carry on.
Okay, but like so hang on. So she is seriously making the claim that it is unethical to report your findings in a scientific venture that is being used by the government. That's insane.
Not that you would understand it anyway.
That's true. I am notoriously dense when it comes to such things. All right, final. This is just a treat. We've seen this before. You all know what I'm pulling up.
Is this the classic?
This is the classic.
This pause though is amazing.
It is pretty
Her
good.
face
Oh,
on
this
pause,
is thumbnail
10
material.
out of 10.
This is thumbnail material. I'm still going to use this.
It's so good.
It is so good.
Excellent screen pause game. We approve.
Ausgezeichnet for the German speakers in the crowd.
Husband, let me know. Shh. No, your husband didn't let me know anything. Be quiet. Okay.
I love this part. I know. I've seen this part.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I watch this, I am reminded that God loves me more than Kyla. All right, ready? Here we go.
Kyla.
Okay,
What's up,
when it comes to the topics, Dark Triad.
Guys, quiet.
Okay.
I've been waiting.
Well, good night, everybody.
Yeah, I
When it
know.
comes to the topics of Dark Triad, of sociopathy,
Wait,
of
I think
psychopathy.
it's-
Shut the fuck up, Ashley! Nobody gives a fuck! Shut the fuck up!
Oh
Chill,
my,
bro.
oh my
Can you
goodness.
chill?
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got me. Guys,
Hold up,
everybody.
Unmute Kyla.
Thanks
let
to
me
Ashley.
finish.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you
Yeah.
feel condescended to. You
Yeah,
should.
take the
You should
lemons.
be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in
Dark
public with
Triad,
some
a thing
so
that's
fucking
totally
stupid.
real and not at all pseudoscience or made up. I promise.
I am the Dark Triad. Okay, but serious question for you. Is she your expert? Is she just fucking is? I guess is how that would go.
I mean, for rage.
You there!
And
Social worker, do you see your expert on the screen when it comes to the topics of dark triad and sociopathy and psychology?
Considering that the dark triad isn't actually a recognized thing and is very pseudoscientific and not actually helpful, sure, why not?
And you, Psychometrician, do you see your expert on the screen?
Yeah, I see my face.
We're done. Have a good night, everyone. First of all, thanks to my guests. This is my show.
Thank
my
you.
Guests. Thank you to my guests for assisting me in this.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna answer this question here.
Oh.
Direct question to Pearl. What were my contributions to the Woodcock Johnson? And how has considering consequential validity influenced these? So I worked at Riverside Publishing briefly, who is the owner of the Woodcock Johnson. And I only worked on getting the sample for a field test of the WJ4. I did not do the psychometric work on that. My work at Riverside was on the Iowa test of basic skills and the COGAT, which is the cognitive assessment, basically for gifted and talented kids. Those were the two that I worked on there. So unfortunately, I did work for Dr. Doolittle there, but I did not get to work on the Woodcock Johnson. And best software, SAS and R are the best softwares probably to do factor analysis. SAS has one built in, but R is open source and you can just look it up on Stack Overflow.
Before I send you off, very quickly, Sam, I'm going to let you go first. Can you describe who you are, what your expertise is in, your credentials, et cetera, where you can be found, if anywhere, and so forth?
All right. I am Sam. You can find me on Twitter at Beyond Safe Words, not to be confused with Beyonce Words, which is what everybody hears. I am an occasional guest on Xena and Poppy's stream when something makes me mad that I want to rant about.
Very good channel, by the way. Continue, sorry.
Yes, credentials. So I am a registered social worker in Ontario, but I was initially licensed in the United States. I am also an ASECT certified sex therapist in training to become an ASECT sex therapy supervisor. I have given all kinds of presentations and continuing ed courses. I am also a PhD candidate and a social work PhD program where I am researching coercive controlling violence in BDSM from the perspective of BDSM practitioners. And yeah, I'm like to think I'm good at what I do.
Thank you very much. And Pearl, please.
So you can find me, I'm Pearl Snappy on all of the things, Instagram, TikTok, Discord. And I run my own consulting business right now. But previously I've worked for lots of places. So Smarter Balance, just for full transparency, was where I worked before, the largest assessment consortium in the country. And now I am transitioning out of K-12 assessment into cybersecurity because data governance and remote testing are problematic as far as data concerns. And it's just more fun and less political. I also may or may not have blown the whistle, and so I'm just really not interested in that field right now. So.
Fair enough. And very quickly, just again, what was your educational background and so on and so forth?
So my undergrad, since Kayla seems to think it's important, I have a double major in math and economics with minors in German and philosophy, a master's in economics, and a PhD in measurement and quantitative methods.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. You are both welcome on again anytime. Have a good night.
Of course. Thanks for having me on. And
yeah,
Pearl,
thank you.
It was fantastic being a co-guest with you.
The same. This has been delightful.
Likewise. Take care of you too.
I'm going to go pass out now.
Have a good night.
Same. Thanks.
Good night.
All right, nobody go anywhere. The stream's not over yet. You're not free. We have things to do, and I have people to talk to. Not for very long, it is very late. But Beckett of Crabs wanted to speak briefly, and I will be attempting to do some amnesia debunker. I'm going to grab some water quickly. Probably some coffee, actually. And then I'm going to talk to Beckett, and then we're going to do some amnesia. Stick around. Terrifying thing, by the way. Apparently, those adjustable compression chairs, they're known to just explode. And then the older ones were designed so that the bar would just shoot right up. Killed people. Very terrifying. Not a good way to go. All right, Beckett. No, not in the guest room. Call here. I'm not in your server. There we are. Hello, hello, hello. One moment. Let me get you on the screen.
Yeah, give me 1 sec to do mine
No
as
worries.
well. Let's see if it wants to crash on me. Find out.
And you're a little quiet too. Oh, I need to... Hang on. So I need to pop that out.
Yeah,
Oh, and now you're covering... Oh, I see what's going on. All right, that makes sense. So I guess I'll just... make it wider. Then I click on... There we go. And then I need to take this... Excuse me while I figure out the basic technology of my craft.
no, you're absolutely fine. I'm doing exactly the same thing.
All right, and I'm going to turn... But I need that on. So I'm going to actually turn that on, turn that off. There we go. And now everybody can hear me, but they can't see me twice. Put that down there. There we go. Brilliant. You're just back in the UK, right?
I am. Well, Star was here. So,
Oh, Star visited you. I see. Okay.
Yeah, she came to visit this time, which was nice. Yeah, she was here for about 4 weeks, which was pretty good.
Good.
So yeah, no, it's been nice. And I took a general break as well from streaming online things and everything else. So I've spent the evening catching up on everything that has happened in the last few weeks.
It's been a busy few weeks.
It's been a busy few weeks. Yeah. Redzi did a flowchart for me, which was nice of him. But yeah, I thought it was worth talking to you.
Oh, and I see we very quickly. I see we have a raid from. Do you know who Tipster is?
Yeah, I know who Tipster is. Tipster's one of the commentary crowd. But yeah, nice guy.
Well, thank you, Tipster, and welcome, Tipstians. I hope that's not a slur somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, no, based Tipster. Cool. So yes, I watched some of your stream. We actually had some people on to discuss things as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't see the later bulk and stuff
because
obviously the erudite stuff has kicked off again. I've got some questions listed down, but I think where's a good place to start with this? So first off, let's start with the other thing. So you came back to Spicy Chat recently.
Yes.
And you left Spicy Chat yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, wherever that is timeline wise. Now I heard somebody sent me a copy of it. I might watch it on stream at some point later. But
Okay.
you had a conversation with Demon Mama, is that right?
A conversation with Demon Mama. I briefly went onto her stream. Was that yesterday? It was the day before yesterday. It's been crazy. My sense of time is gone. I went on briefly to correct the record on something because she had made an inference that was wrong based on the information. She believed that that Kyla's husband Nick had sent DK an unredacted version of the of our DMs. That is not to my knowledge the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we've had some conversations about intent and everything else. Do you want to actually, somebody in the chat suggested, do you want to just give your own sort of rundown timeline? I think that might be helpful.
I really don't because I'm exhausted. We've been going for 4 hours.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I can give the principal issue with what Nick did do in that interaction.
Sure.
And that'll probably save us a lot of time. So I interpreted, I think reasonably. I have on record about 50 people from Chud Logic's server who agree with this interpretation that when you are in a hostile relationship with a person, informing them that you have their private information that you can do harm to them with, and then insisting that you will not tell them the source of that information so that you can do anything meaningful to address it, that comes across as threatening. I did not say anything about this because I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. I still took it as threatening, but I just on principle, because I have nothing but his words and my inference about them, until Kyla specifically leveraged them to threaten me live in order to hold me to a certain level of docility in our conversation. She said, just remember, before you take the conversation a certain way, I have your info. Moving on from there, people were asking in Spicy Chat, hey, if you believe these messages are threatening, why don't you just show them? The explanation for why they're threatening is, of course, contextual, but I said, sure, it's an excellent idea. I'll just have to redact them first. Nick jumps into Spicy Chat. I assume he's been watching. He says, no, I'll post them. I'll post them right now. And in my brain, I go, oh, okay. He's not asking my permission to share the DMs. He hasn't indicated that he has, if he did, I didn't see. He hasn't indicated that he's going to protect my identity. He just posts them in. And as he's posting them in, I'm posting mine as well. Because at this point, as far as my thought process is concerned, the issue of my identity, that's a lost battle. Now it's about controlling the narrative. Whoever drops these first looks honest. Whoever doesn't drop them first looks like they're withholding information and they're hesitant to share the details. So I do. I hastily cut it off, so I remove the photographs of my employer, fellow employees, and my place of work, as well as parts of my name. But I miss parts in my haste, partially because I am in the messages themselves. I deny that that's my name. But also because like I just missed parts where my name was. I was doing it in a rush. He was dropping them really fast. Afterwards, people were saying my name in chat. Apparently, a little bit alarming. But I deny that that's my name. Here's the part that I have an issue with. That I really have an issue with. Besides the fact that Nick was, first of all, broadcasting that my docs was out there to a general audience, and then posting stuff there, and then, of course, obscuring the fact of who the doxer was, which is mind-boggling. He goes into a conversation with DK. Implies multiple times, in fact, this is the bulk of the argument that they have, that DK, or people associated with DK, and DK is not the only one on the call, are doxers, or engage in stuff in the domain of doxing, or whatever. At the very least, they have a reputation for doxing and doxing-like activities. He then says, yeah, by the way, when Sunday says this isn't his name, he's lying. This is definitely his name. I have verified this. Which is effectively, it's almost like if ChudLogic accidentally, while scrolling through some names on a website, accidentally came across his name. Doesn't have a photo next to it, doesn't have something that confirms it's him. It's just his name. We in the audience don't know it. But then I come along and I go, hey, that's ChudLogic there. Like, that's an act of doxing almost identical to if I had shared a photo with his place of work. I have identified him outside of his persona. I have identified him in the real world. That's how I interpret that. I have obvious reasons for wanting to muddy the waters on that in both directions. But the problem is, by Nick's lights, according to his own words, what he thought he was doing was confirming a dox, validating it, to somebody who he admitted multiple times and argued vigorously about this, he had strong reason to believe would use that information or would pursue that information with nefarious intent. That's my issue there. Of course, the use of a dox and the implicit threat of doxing that's associated with a threat of legal action in order to rein in a conversation, on ChudLogic's server, on ChudLogic's channel, no less, that breaches several things. That's more or less my take on that. What do you think, Beckett?
Okay, so I think part of it depends on the reader, on Nick himself, and Erudite. So it depends on how you're reading that, whether it's malicious or whether it's them just not thinking through the actions as well. Like, I think.
Well, the problem.
I
Well,
think
here's the
better
thing.
to-
I would agree with you. I'm just going to stop
Okay.
you right there. I'd agree with you.
Sure.
I would agree. They can be stupid. Here's the problem. What he does in the process of telling DK my docs is to confirm that he actually went through this methodically. He went through. He verified the identity. He had assessed DK in his community. He had reports from other people. These are people not to be trusted.
Well,
with
I mean,
sensitive
but he
information, so on and so
badly
forth.
assessed DK in his community,
Doesn't
right?
matter. We're talking about intent. We're not talking about competence. So when we're talking about intent, we're talking about if they knew who they were giving information to and what kind of information they knew that was, and he proves both. See.
Okay, but in the past, previously, I mean, my understanding is that you've given, like, for instance, when Erudite's previous place of work came up, you gave that to Spicy before, though.
Did
right?
I give that to Spicy? I don't
believe
remember
you did
giving
give
that to Spicy. No,
yeah,
not at all.
that improves one.
No,
Oh, well, okay,
Kyla's previous Kyla's previous places of work, insofar as I'm aware of them, were published by her. I didn't find these by any means other than her putting them up online herself under her name, notsoErudite. I've done no sleuthing beyond just looking at what she herself has published.
Well, I'm just going through what other people have said to me as well, but like,
yeah, that's fair.
But again, apparently that information was apparently fed from you to Spicy at some point. And
no,
you
not
yourself
not that I have any memory of this. It's distinctly possible that at some point.
I'm not gonna. I mean, it could be something you've forgotten. I'm not.
Well, I fell out with Chud and left his Discord server before any of this took place. So that would be unlikely. It's distinctly possible at some point over the last few weeks I've mentioned it, but they would not have received that information directly from me in Spicy Chat because I talk about it in my videos 3 months ago.
Okay. I mean, I want to talk about some of the Erudite stuff because, like, I think I differ with you on some of the
and answer to the other question you probably forgot. The reason why I left Spicy Chat. I actually meant to leave Tomfoolery, and I accidentally left that one instead. And then at that point, I was blocked by everybody else, so I couldn't because I had no servers in common. Because I was like, oh shoot, I left Spicy Chat instead. I probably was going to leave it anyways, just because it's got toxic elements I don't want to be around. But as for why I left last night, that was accidental. I intended to leave Tom's server instead. I didn't. I left Spicy Chat. I then afterwards went, oh, I didn't leave Tom's channel, and then I left that one. And then
those DMs between you and Boots came out as well.
Which ones?
Through Chud streams. Just you talking to Boots about the nature of Spicy Chat and the people within it.
Yeah.
Which
that's kind of I kind of wish you would have just asked, because I probably would have just said okay. Were they like covering this on stream today? Was this like an event? Sunday left my Discord server. Ooh, this is how dry it is.
I don't know. I got sent the screenshots. I've got no fucking idea. I know Chud went over them. I haven't watched the stream, so I can't give too much because I don't know. I
quite like Boost. It's a bit frustrating. Continue, please.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't want to. I'm really not here to stir a pot. I'm just going over
That's fine. That's okay.
things, I guess. So I think we'll come back to the Nick stuff, but like with Erudite particularly, like something that jumped out at me was, and actually something in chat mentioned, like when you were going through the video with the two people you had on, Pearl and I've forgotten the other woman's name.
Sam.
Sam mentioned actually, like, this is on Therapy Today. Like people can find this information themselves. Psychology Today. There we go. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I spoke about the fact that when I've been referred through a GP for fairly high-end therapy and things. But isn't this like the fact that like the claim of, well, you can go on sites to find your local therapists and things, you can find ways to sift through yourself. Isn't that kind of an implicit claim that you don't need to be qualified to do what Erudite is doing?
No, because the issue isn't that she's not qualified to sift through a site designed for lay people. Obviously she can. It's for lay people. The issue is that given that it's for lay people and given that the inputs that they are giving are identical and in fact more poorly and less clearly crafted than the inputs that the site already offers for you in its drop-down menus and so on and so forth, what you used to actually like pin down a therapist to suit your needs, Her contribution is solely on the basis of her expertise, of her professional expertise, that her judgment is better than the average person going through. And the problem is twofold, actually. First of all, it's because her credentials don't actually justify that perception on behalf of her clients. But secondly, she goes out of her way to intimidate clients by emphasizing how complex and convoluted and difficult it is. But it's not. It's really not. So that in itself is an abuse of audience ignorance of the nature of the claims she is making about her credentials, as well as bluntly just manipulating the general fear of filling out forms and engaging with these organizations in order to justify her presence. And in the process of this, she's taking money from people who could have just gotten a free consultation with a lot of places for 15 minutes, had an actual call with somebody, and actually gotten some actual qualified direction. And that $50, for a lot of us, that's not a lot of money, but for some of us, that is. For some of us, that's the difference between a $200 expense and a $250 expense. And your attitude, if you're somebody living from paycheck to paycheck, and a lot of people with severe mental issues that they're dealing with and maybe therapy for are, it may be a very daunting thing to have to pay a bill for a visit to a therapist with $50 less in your bank account than otherwise. So it becomes pretty dangerous. And she tacitly acknowledges this in her video when she talks about how she might need to give lower cost alternatives to the preferred specialist that she would otherwise pick, because a patient might not have the financial wherewithal to do so. We can get into a whole thing, which we did in that video. I recommend you just watch it, where my suspicions were confirmed that the manner in which she actually selects the more qualified from the less qualified, or the more appropriate from the less appropriate, is very fraught by itself and betrays some substantial ignorance on her part about that process. But fundamentally, my issue is that she can't justify herself intervening in the process. She doesn't offer anything new. And in addition to that, the cost that she incurs, even though it may seem small to many people, may be such that it actually has the ultimate effect of limiting the treatment options that some clients actually can afford. So it actually becomes pretty serious pretty fast. Am I making sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can see the sense of it, but I challenge on whether there's evidence of this happening, I suppose. So, like, if there are people who have been previously provided service by Erudite who are like, actually, like,
this is immaterial. The ethicality of what she's doing is actually immaterial, whether or not we have evidence of particular bad outcomes taking place or not. This would be unethical if she was simply proposing it in the abstract. You would tell her, no, you cannot do this. This is irresponsible and misleading.
But okay, let's go to
like suppose for example, like because somebody with a PhD avows like an anti-vax stance, and they do so on insufficient scientific evidence, but presented as otherwise. And maybe the case that they just happen to be so lucky that nobody listens to them and nothing bad happens. That doesn't make it less unethical. That makes them lucky.
Okay, but at the same time, from this perspective, like, if you want to make the argument that, like, Erudite presents herself from a position of authority, I think that lots of people make that criticism of Erudite on certain topics, which is going to feed into how people see her and how people are going to respond to her.
Indeed.
But at the same time, would you deny that her qualifications like exist or have any input at all? Like, what would you say then? What would satisfy you to be areas that she can talk on or can say things about?
What would they would have to be within the domain of fields that she's actually trained in. So, for example, she has a 4-year psychology degree, right? That's her bachelor's. If she's having a conversation with somebody, she's perfectly entitled to say on the basis of the bachelor's degree, hey, I study a bit of this stuff. This is what I think about this, and I know from da-da-da-da-da, this is what this person says, and this is what this person says. That's perfectly kosher. What she's not allowed to do is start making grandiose statements about this field is invalid, this field is invalid, this is actually the degree that qualifies you or makes you like best appropriate to this particular type of patient's needs, this one, da-da-da-da, because she doesn't have that kind of particular training. She has a very general education. On the basis of her graduate diploma in psychological assessment, she's able to work as essentially a lab assistant. She can rate tests, work. She's basically a TA, essentially, is how I would describe her, if you're familiar at all with how that works.
Sure. I suppose part of the issue that people have with this from this side is,
Mhm.
and again, I have generally this issue. I've been pretty open about the fact that I've stopped talking on politics panels much, unless it's for a friend who invites me, and I've stopped talking about counterterrorism with laymen, for example, because it's frustrating. And I feel like a lot of those conversations either end up with me getting frustrated or having to lean on qualifications, which I don't really want to do. It's not fun for me. I don't think it's particularly informative or useful to the people I'm arguing with. But there are plenty of people online who are going to lean on the fact that they have qualifications to talk about general areas.
Sure.
And we see this an awful lot with also things in the medical field, with psychology, actually a lot of the really useful stuff to do with people talking about like HRT and like trans activism comes from people who are not qualified in those fields.
No, well, the issue is not qualifications. I am not a fetishist for qualifications. As I indicated earlier, I don't think a PhD guarantees that somebody actually is like especially competent in any given area. However, what qualifications are is it's the statement by an accredited institution that's some kind of social validity that in the best judgment of the people that they have assigned to make these decisions, this person is qualified to speak to to perform and so on and so forth. And so there are two issues at play here. There's whether or not somebody is accurately representing what they have been validated by an external body to do, by a valid external body to do, and whether or not somebody is, in addition to this, also competent at what they are doing under that title. So, for example, this admits of so many different variances. You can have somebody like Steven Pinker, very qualified to do what he does, very, very bad at it. Or by contrast, you can have there are a lot of really interesting people who maybe they lived in places where these accreditations simply were never available. Maybe they existed before these accreditations existed, but they are much more competent to speak to those areas. Or on the flip side, actually, there's not a whole lot of other flip sides, are there? You see what I mean, though? Like, my issue with Kyla is not that she has a degree I disrespect, or that she's incompetent. You're allowed to be incompetent. It's not good if you're incompetent, especially when it's with stuff like this, and you should be chewed out for it. But you're allowed to be. What you're not allowed to do is fudge your credentials so that people think you're more competent than you are on the basis of you're fudging those credentials. So when she says things like, I'm a psychometrist, I worked as a psychometrist, or I worked as a psychometrician, now I'm a psychometrist, to a lay audience who doesn't know what these things mean, that sounds really impressive. That sounds like, oh, this is an advanced, she must have an advanced degree or an advanced like technical training to be able to assume these titles. If she's using that to then make declarative statements about mental health, about therapy, about treatment, to sell a service vetting people who are in areas of expertise that she is not trained in, that's overstepping. That actually becomes pernicious very quickly.
Okay, so, I mean, there's a lot of criticisms that you've thrown at Erudite that seem to get wrapped up in other areas. Like, I'm not sure...
Such as?
Well, I think part of the problem is when we talk about kind of like the harm that she could potentially be doing or the ethics behind it. I mean, you and I may just disagree with these things. I think we're talking about very small kind of audience impacts.
That's not a basis for judging a thing as ethical or not. A person's con.
No.
It's not. Yes. So just to be clear, I am not basing anything of what I am saying on empirical data concerning the scope of the harm that she has caused. The reason why we actually have strict rules about what you can state as your credential and what you can't is precisely to offset future harms. The fact that this risks this makes this unethical. The fact that it's deceptive makes it unethical. And that's enough.
Okay, but when we're talking about when we're talking about the way people leverage their qualifications and expertise, I think part of the issue is a lot of people online seem to do this for a start. Like, regardless of what their credentials are, a lot of people will lean on those in debates and discussions.
Well, they should do so ethically.
Okay, but do you think that you would go as hard after somebody who's going after who's arguing on the political side, for example? There are
Yes.
plenty of people who
And I
leverage
do.
political
Yes,
qualifications.
and I do.
Okay.
By the way, Kyle is not the first person to threaten me with a lawsuit publicly. My first major beef was with the academic agent, and it was precisely on those grounds. So yes, in answer to your question.
Okay. What was the context of that?
The context of that was he was using misreadings of political theory in order to justify paleoconservative and largely racist and classist takes on things to an audience that was not very informed on these issues. Very, very serious at like a broader scale. Less immediate consequences than handling someone's complex mental needs.
Do you think that people should be more qualified in what they're talking about in all the political spheres? Because when we're looking at like conversations from people,
It couldn't hurt. That's always a good thing.
Big ones, yeah. But when we're talking about like when we say, well, it couldn't hurt, but people like Vosh, like Destiny, Hassan have big fucking audiences, and in the case of like Vosh and Hassan,
I've taken them to task for this too. I've taken them to task for this too, pretty famously with the
but
last two. Maybe not Hassan, actually. You got me there. I haven't gone after Hassan yet. It's on the list.
Yeah, and again, but there's taking people to task, and then there is like a 3-video hit piece, right?
3 videos? Is that all? That's not too bad.
Well, with Erudite, what we're on now, like 4 and a couple of streams.
You should see how many I've got on Destiny. I've got about 5 on Vosh, I think.
Do you? But again,
I used to have some on Demon Mama. I had 7 on Keffels.
Did you actually have 7 on Keffels?
Oh yeah, I took them.
But
down.
I mean,
she was having a hard enough time.
But you are nailing Erudite hard on qualifications that she has, and
am
I think referring to her as trained as funny as it is for a meme, referring to her as trained by a faith healing organization is disingenuous. And if we did that with people's like universities degrees, like she was accredited for counseling, was it?
Addictions counseling. Yes, indeed.
While working for a particular organization, there is no evidence that the fact that just because it was there's no videos out there of Erudite saying, well, have you considered praying about it?
Well, consider this.
Like,
may I read something for you?
Sure.
Would you indulge me?
Yeah,
this is from Adiera's website. This is where she worked. Quote, this is their program. Our faith in God's transformative power provides hope, healing, and restoration. Fine, no issues there. It serves as the anchor for our program and our passion. Little iffy, but fine. Our programming is faith-based with a biblical perspective. Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayer are key elements of our program. What do you think of that? Unquote, sorry.
Well, I think from the perspective of what you're selling, especially as something that people who might be investing in you, especially as a charity, like when you're getting charity money in or like government money in, I think that those things can be put forward. I would need to see evidence.
This is for patients. This is for clients and patients and everybody. This is just in their general website.
I would need to see evidence that Erudite in some way provided care and treatment to people based around those principles to have criticism.
Our programming is faith-based with biblical perspective. Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayers are key elements of our program.
Okay. Is there any evidence, though, that their one-on-one counseling sessions that Erudite provided do that? Because again, we say this like things are key all the time in kind of like fluff pieces, even if it's for like members of the public. I also don't know like whether you've got I don't know, I've just got just somebody DM'd me, neuroscience of addiction. This class teaches residents how addiction affects the brain and how the brain can recover from the impacts of addiction. Like it sounds like, again, yes, there's rational emotional behavioral therapy. This form of therapy focuses on resolving emotional and behavioral problems by addressing the belief system of change about the thought patterns. As a result, emotions and behaviors are also changed, affecting the whole self. It sounds like there's like a range of services that they provide, but also like it's kind of like when people criticize the Salvation Army and say, well, you have to pray to get food from the Salvation Army or something to that degree. And I don't know if that's in like, usually those are just very general criticisms. And then you work with the Salvation Army and you find out that their services are not like that. So again, it comes down to the actions Erudite has actually taken, and even that aside, that was her previous employer with which she was with post.
Oh no, you see, the principal issue here is not with the kind of organization that she was working with. The principal issue here, once again, is that she is citing her work as her clinical experience as an addictions counselor, in order to justify, once again, her interfering, as it turns out, for money, with the mental health of audience members, on the basis of her expertise in that field. She is not equipped to do so. The organization in which she worked, I can send you material if you want, but she is not upfront, certainly not without prying, about the highly religious nature of this. There is a vast literature on the abuses, or growing literature on the abuses of organizations like this, given the low levels of scrutiny and oversight across North America, not just here, but also in the United States. This is a endemic problem. It's distinctly possible that this is a perfectly respectable, albeit faith-based organization that probably offers some like decent services on the side. However, by their words, once again, Bible studies, devotions, church attendance, and prayer are key elements of our program. You know what all of these things have in common? They take time. So at a certain point, all of these things are actually going to impinge upon the time that members of this organization are actually allocating to these more secular aspects, so to speak, of their work. So when we're talking about their clinical experience, there's going to be a ratio of stuff involving this and stuff involving the stuff that people really hope is actually being referred to when people call themselves a licensed addictions counselor.
But then
Yes.
That sounds like it's a criticism of the organization.
It is also a criticism of the organization, but it's a criticism of the organization that she is citing as the basis of her expertise.
Okay, but then again, it's not solely her expertise.
It is not solely her expertise. My principal issue, once again, is not with her expertise. My principal issue is with her misrepresenting her expertise. She could have been the best damn addictions counselor in the world. It does not justify how she self-describes in terms of being a psychometrician, whether she has a graduate degree, whether she's a graduate diploma in psychological assessment, whether she's an expert in psychology, on personality disorders, whatever. Doesn't justify it.
Okay, are you challenging whether she's a psychometrist or psychometrician?
Categorically.
Okay, but from going into things, because like I went through when I was watching your videos,
yes,
into whether her qualifications and the descriptions of them matched up to the descriptions of the work that she has previously done, both when she was at university. They simply don't.
I recommend you watch the video we just went through. We actually had a PhD psychometrician with extensive background in the field, as well as a social worker PhD candidate with 10 years of clinical experience. We combed through every little bit of her description of her qualifications. I recommend you go over that. We can chat again later about it. It's very late, though. Okay. Was there anything else you want to get off your chest that's not related to this? Not because I want to close this quickly, but because I'm fading fast and I want to say something stupid by accident.
That's fine. Okay, and that's fair enough. There's two things I want to say.
Yes, please.
So quickly, I want to say, like, from a professional side, because I think I've said this publicly, but I don't think I've said it to you. I can see Erudite's arguments for the way she describes her work and has described herself with multiple titles. Okay. The example I gave in my professional capacity is there is a descriptive title of what I do, which I've never said on stream. I may use it on a resume. Sure. There is a general title for what I do.
Indeed.
And there's sort of what other professionals would recognize and accept me saying as what I do.
Yeah.
But I might use any of those or none of those to describe myself, like in the environmental sector, to lay people.
Sure.
Because they may not know what they mean.
Indeed. Yes.
And I may use them in different conversations. I think that trying to catch her
Here's the rub. She distinguishes them particularly. She has made a point of specifying that she previously worked as a psychometrician. She has provided explicit receipts for why she justifies calling herself a psychometrician. They don't hold water. And she has provided justification for why she presently calls herself a psychometrist. I have received basically an official statement that it is inappropriate for her to do so, because the only way in which you can officially call yourself these titles in her province is by way of having a vocation that has that official label, because they're just not licensed. There's just as a registry for them. So what she's doing here is she is actually justifying the title to a lay audience specifically. She's not using this out of hand. She's actually trying to bolster her credentials. She's very particular about this. She cites how smart she is, all of her scholarships and so on and so forth, the specific measure that she contributed to in order to justify calling herself a psychometrician. This is where she claims she acted as one. So on and so forth. Like it's that sort of thing. I would agree with you.
Well,
I would agree with you.
I'll
Look, hey, I call myself a political scientist, right? That I'm just making a general statement. I engage in the general activity of political science. It's an area of inquiry that goes back 2,000 years. If somebody were to ask me, really, what's your degree? Say, got a bachelor's degree. That's it. Oh, really? So you're not like a political scientist as would be registered, for example, with the government of Canada? No, I'm not licensed to teach. I have no qualifications whatsoever. I only mention my degree to just say, hey, I'm interested in political science. If somebody asked, if I had like a biology degree, oh, I've got a passing interest in biology. I probably wouldn't say biologist because that actually does carry a more general overtone of specific types of vocational knowledge, but things of that sort. It's sort of like how, if I may, like I think it's perfectly appropriate. I actually have no problem with this whatsoever. It is perfectly fine for Kyla to go onto Destiny's stream and say, we as psychologists, she's assuming a mindset, it's an area of interest to her. Totally fine. That's actually, by the way, like a higher rank than psychometrist or so on and so forth. If it's actually like the label of a degree. Yeah.
And look, don't get me wrong. Maybe I'm more careful because I've discussed this openly. I've got people in my audience who are in the very professional world. I'm in the very, I work in STEM, very professional. Like there are things that I'm careful not to say. I actually don't refer to myself as an academic or even political scientist with a master's degree, but at the same time, I'm very careful never to refer to myself as an environmental scientist because I'm just not that thing. And I think those matter. I'll tell you what, like I'll have a watch back of that video in my own time and we might pick this up. I do want to ask very quickly as the last thing, like recently you've been on sort of like this anger management arc, which I think's been
very mistaken if that means a tolerance arc for stuff like this.
Well, I think there's a difference between a tolerance arc and there's a difference between a tolerance arc and a not burning bridges arc, So, when I know you've left Spicy now and everything else, and I know you've got criticisms of that.
Let me ask you a question.
Fine. No.
Did anybody ask if I actually retracted my positions on Kyla before people started playing nice all of a sudden because of the Mr. Girl talk?
I don't think that it's about retracting your positions on Kyla.
Well, it should matter. It should matter a little bit if anybody actually is sincere and actually cares about this. Seems to me.
Well, I think there's a difference there because when you were on your real burning bridges arc, you burnt bridges with an awful lot of people. Like and the stuff where even when you were right with the like James from the internet stuff, people were watching you react in a kind of way that was clear that you were prepared to burn things very quickly. The same thing happened with Loner Box. And people could read the Erudite situation as maybe Sunday was on that arc. He recognizes the issues with it, and you can still have those criticisms without going to the same extent. Because I think this is the thing. You can have a criticism of Erudite of, well, maybe you shouldn't be leveraging your credentials to say this particular thing, but you go further with some of your points where you go, you have used your credentials to leverage these things, and here is a whole host of fucking other shit that I'm going to throw at you. And I think one of the problems from the
I think it's all related. I don't think I go far afield. I think it really is just that and the implications of it.
I think that the problems with the way you put certain things that goes too far is it sounds like when you write your criticisms of Erudite's commentary and the advice and opinion she gives, it reads like they're a direct criticism of her qualifications at all, which is an
her qualifications as given. Her qualifications as given. I'm not arguing with the existence of qualifications she may actually possess.
Clearly. Okay, but so here's the simple one. Do you agree that her qualifications and the degrees that she's worked for and the diploma, because like I know people in the military who did diplomas in my subject and
case in
point, they didn't write
you're
a
misled.
dissertation.
How many degrees does she have?
She has a degree and a diploma.
She has one. So when you say degrees, you misspeak. She has a degree. Continue, please.
Okay, to her degree and her diploma then.
Yeah.
But those are still valid things that are
course they are.
certified. She's gone through the process to have them.
Yeah, of course they are. But they are valid for the domains to which they are allocated. They're not simply valid categorically as a justification for her making declarative statements about fields that are not her own, or to make interventions into the mental health or even into the therapy allocation or the therapy vetting for audience members. That's doesn't follow at all. I've asserted her credentials actually multiple times in my critiques of her. I'm very particular about that. I need to say exactly what she has so I can say what she doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can
I share something with you before you leave?
Sure.
I want your raw response to this, and I want to see what you think.
Sure.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, is that?
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, sure.
You ready?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended.
Right here. I trust you've seen this already.
I've seen this already, but we can watch it again.
Let's watch it again.
Tyler.
Okay.
What's
When
up,
it comes to the topics,
Oh, wait, I've been
Dark
waiting.
Triad.
Guys, quiet.
Okay.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, good night,
When
everybody.
it comes to the topics of dark triad, of sociopathy,
Wait,
of
I think
psychopathy,
this is-
shut the fuck up, Ashley! Nobody gives a fuck! Shut the
Whoa.
fuck up!
Oh
Chill,
my!
bro.
Oh my
Can
goodness!
you chill?
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyler, you got
He's
muted,
yelling.
guys,
Hold up, hold
everybody.
up.
Unmute Kyler.
Nice
let
to
me
Ashley.
finish.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk
Comes to the topics of psychology in any way, I am your expert. I just fucking am. Anyway.
in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public and sound so fucking stupid.
This is a person who wants to recommend therapy for money. So my question to you is, are you in all seriousness going to tell me that my tone was too harsh?
I think that debating and the way people debate in those settings are often incredibly tense.
So
but
what?
I would say this. There are plenty of clips out there of male streamers using and leveraging their qualifications. I think I brought up what's his name? PhD candidate goes on Wix stuff every now and again. Anyway, but he turned to
But watch
Stardust.
out. Coming for you. Sorry, continue.
He turned to Stardust one day and said, "You're not qualified enough to have this conversation." It was a fucking outrageous thing to say.
What
And
was this
yes,
with respect to? Just out of curiosity.
it was in respect to like feminism.
Would
I
you be
believe.
willing to
Or
share
it was
this?
to do-
I am actually curious.
If I can find it, it was ages ago. It's right when I first came into the space. But yeah, me and Professor Meat both turned around and said, it was Corey. There we go. We're just like, you just shut the fuck up. Because yes, leveraging your qualifications like that over people is bad form. I've said this. I don't think it's good form at all. But at the same time, I would say that there is times that Erudite has done this, and then I think that as time has gone on, I think she's got better. From what I've seen of not doing that. She talks a lot with red pill people who, let's be honest, are not the most well informed.
Well, I would honestly, I would put that more at the feet of the people in her audience who held her to account for this and actually gave her reason to have to go back and revise and be careful. Once again, every single time she's made a correction, she's allowed very obvious, very basic, misleading statements to persist until somebody has gone out of their way to make the correction. This is something where if you are a person who is, especially in this field of all fields, or the field that you're pretending to speak to, if you're dealing with mental health, the stakes go way up, but in any field. As somebody who has a credential, it is actually your responsibility to make sure that when you represent your expertise, you do not misrepresent it. And if people you are associating with are misrepresenting your expertise in their presentations of you, you correct them immediately. That should not be the job of people in her audience to have to suss that out and have to get her attention and have to pressure her to do so. Case in point, she actually made the astonishing counter when I was talking to her last, that after I referred to her putting into a conversation in Discord that she has a graduate degree, which is called psychometrist, she went back and changed it after the fact. That doesn't matter. Her cleaning house after she has misled people, I mean, it's good that she did, but that doesn't make up for the fact that she did it in the first place. That's gross. That's grossly irresponsible, not to say outright deceptive. So, but in answer to your, like, obviously, like, even if somebody has valid credentials, like, let's say she had exactly the credentials that she claimed, this would still be inappropriate, what I just showed you. She would still be making incorrect statements about psychology and about the state of her field and things of this of that nature. Even if she had a PhD that made her a psychometrician. I had a PhD that was a psychometrician on just a couple minutes ago. She has more qualifications than Kyla. She is not justified to perform the activities that Kyla is doing right now with a graduate diploma. It's a 6-course fast-track diploma. She's just completely unjustified. There's no way around it. Winning a popularity contest with a couple of random streamers is neither here nor there.
Okay. Well, look, let me go back and watch the video. Maybe we'll pick this up again and we can dig into a few things.
Pleasure to talk to you again, by the way. I miss talking to you. It's been a little while.
Yeah, no, I actually, I mean, I'd like to talk to you about things that aren't this as well. I was going to ask, because some people gave me some questions. Did you actually enjoy the fanfic?
It was like you wrote that, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was funny. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I regret not being able to read it out. I was so exhausted.
No, it's fine.
I found out why I was so exhausted. Actually, my energy levels and attention span has gone way up. I was massively protein deficient. I was basically starving for the last year.
Yeah, that's probably not good. You should probably
definitely not good. I feel so much better now.
Good. That's nice. I mean, I hopefully like you'll keep doing stuff with Wick and chilling out.
I think that's the plan. I think I'm doing something with Wick this week.
Nice. And we'll have another conversation because I think it's helpful to have, like, I don't know. I think you should clarify.
Personally,
I mean, I am clear that I think
I have concluded basically everything I need to say on this issue. I can't imagine what else I can squeeze from this rock. Like, it's done. I find this exhausting and tedious and unpleasant. I am eager to put this behind me. So, if you want to talk about it again, be my guest. But I gotta say, like, I am so fucking bored with this.
If you can just kill it, just.
Oh, I'm done. Well, like, I don't want to do this forever. This is exhausting. I don't want to do like a Kyla video every other day. This one was novel. Everything I've done has been either responding to a new development or has been saying something that hasn't been said before. So.
Okay.
Or making fun of her husband for fainting when he tried to lift. It's just funny.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, look. The next time then that we do a conversation, unless something else comes up of this, or I've got something really good, we'll actually have a conversation about religion or philosophy or something.
I would love that.
Okay. All right.
Have a good night, Beckett. Nice talking to you. Take care.
That's Sunday.
Well, that was nice. I guess we're at the 5-hour mark. We'll do Amnesia tomorrow. I'm going to catch some sleep. If you like what I do and you want to help support the channel, I've got a Patreon linked in the description. I rely on that to keep everything running. I am very grateful to my patrons as well. Like and share the stream. And arrivederci. Have a good night.